Good morning. Happy Monday. I'm alternate juror. Welcome to my channel where I have nothing today. Oh, didn't even turn my camera on. Good job. Good morning, Gabby. How are you? Hope you are well on this Monday. Hamilton, I know you're lurking. So good morning. Lurk away. Good morning, Stormy. And good early morning, Chrissy. All right, so I have been scouring the internet and have come up with two. The one that Hamilton brought up last week that happened in Michigan, um, where the guy used a pew pew to pow pow somebody. That trial happened last week. We can watch that if anybody's interested. I think he shot through a door the day before, the day after Christmas. I'd have to go look again. There's also a trial that just started in Gabby's neck of the woods, the Blake Scanlon trial. It has started this morning. I've kind of listened in. It took forever for them to start. And then the camera feed is choppy. So I'm like, wow, it's not even me for once. But he is accused of using a very sharp object to unalive his girlfriend or ex-girlfriend, if you believe her, mother of his child. He admitted to doing it on the 911 call, apparently. So I'm not sure what his uh, take is on this, to pleading not guilty. I listened to opening statements. They're very short. And then the judge took another break. So I was like, dear Lord, Judge, like, why are we taking so many breaks already this morning? They were arguing about whether or not they're going to allow pictures. And the state said he's not planning on bringing any pictures in until Wednesday. So, I'm hoping that probably will not happen. Um, so we can go to that one. But before we go there, let me do something for you all because I think you'll like it. I think you will like it. Yeah, that's me. I'm just like, nothing was just going, yeah, this one, it's this one. Nothing. That's but yes. All right. Hopefully this works. I'm gonna give you a little taste of someone. See if you guys can figure it out. Hopefully this works.
Crazy fucking Don't gobble at me, you bastards!
Do you know who that is other than the name? The fact the name is on the screen up there. Hopefully that wasn't as distorted for you as it was for me. I have And now we know. We have just a little taste of when we get those random messages on the side when Gabby is driving, of what she actually sounds like. I love it. That was the only decision I had set in stone today. When she gave me permission to play that, I'm like, oh, yes, we are absolutely playing that. But that's all. That's the only decision I had. Oh my goodness. So funny. And oddly, it logged me into when I went to play that as I was Carmen. I'm like, oh, I'm not logged into your Facebook, Carmen. But I guess I was to then. So, you guys want to do? I got to move stuff here for a second because my indecisiveness has left me unorganized. Yeah. I know. Thank you. I saw that. Uh, I did. Yes. I got a little notification that told me that. So that's exciting. Thank you. And oddly enough, when I looked at my most watched videos, guess which ones they still are? That woman is never going away, is she? Ever. Gosh. What was I watching that on? Not that one. I gotta find that trial. Give me 1 second, because there's like 2 Law and Crimes, and it was on the one I think I don't have. Maybe this one's it. There it is. So again, I'm not sure. Gabby, do you know where in Massachusetts this happened? I just know it's in your neck of the woods with the turkeys. Hey, Ronnie. Good morning. We are trying to figure out what we're doing. I think we're going to do the trial in Massachusetts. We're going to at least start it and see what's happening. There was a lot of nothing for a long time in this courtroom this morning. And let me get to where there's the judge. Because you guys are going to have to let me know how the sound is on here. I didn't think it was.
Good morning, everyone. This is the call of the criminalist in Hamilton County Superior Court Room 2, Criminal Session 5. The Honorable Michael Callan presiding. Next matter is the trial of Commonwealth versus Blake Scanlon. Could the attorneys identify themselves for the record, please?
Good morning, Matthew Green on behalf of the Commonwealth.
Morning, Joseph Call-Flores for the Commonwealth.
Morning.
Good morning, Laura Southern for Blake Scanlon. Good morning, Eva Jellison for Blake Scanlon.
All right, good morning. So we're just waiting for Mr. Scanlon to be brought out.
Blake
I
Scanlon.
have a brief housekeeping matter
Gabby.
once Mr. Scanlon is present.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna ask you both when he comes out, or there's anything we need to take up, and then there's a matter I need to take up with you, okay?
Like I said, their feed is super choppy. He's in custody, obviously. And is that good for you guys, or is it when you turn down, turn it up? Dang, he's only 20. That's good on the bottom. No waste.
right, Mr. Scanlon's with us. Good morning, Mr. Scanlon. Go ahead, Mr. Green.
Thank you, Your Honor. The matter I wanted to address briefly deals with the sequestration order.
Yes.
The victim's mother, Jessica, is a testifying witness. She obviously has a invested interest in being present for most, if not all, of the trial. I would ask if the court would consider exempting her from the sequestration order.
She's your witness, Mr. Green?
She is.
Okay, all right.
And in so much as she would still be ordered not to discuss any of what she hears or sees in the courtroom with any other witness, but she would very much like to be present for openings and the first responding officers. That I expect she would testify shortly after those individuals.
All right. Attorney Elkins, do you wish to be heard on that?
Yes, Your Honor, I would object. It's common, it's the standard practice to sequester witnesses. I'd also note that Mr. Scanlon's mother is also on the witness list. And if Your Honor allows Ms. Bray to remain, I'd ask that Ms. Green also be allowed to remain.
So here's what I'll do. Those witnesses can stay for the openings, but when the testimony starts, they'll be sequestered, all right? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, there's a matter I need to take up with you. One of our jurors reported that it's the fellow in C5, Mr. Walsh? C5. He reported, I guess, Friday that he might remember something about this case
That kind of day, isn't it?
in general. That's all that was reported. So I'm gonna bring him up. And I had him, when he reported today, put in a separate room from the rest of the jurors so that we could have a chance to talk to him before he met with the other jurors. And otherwise, all 15 are here. So I'm going to bring him out now and have a conversation with him. We're going to have the pool camera shut off for our conversation with jurors, sir, okay?
So
That will not
we're
be
gonna get
televised.
shut off. I was like, come on, Judge. Do like the other ones. Call their number and then name them. And question if they have to kind of question a juror, they question them out there, which is interesting to hear. I don't know if he got dismissed or not. Ronnie, what is I'm not familiar with the woman or the lady who unalived her husband 20 years ago. Is that going on? I was looking and looking and looking. I thought I had a couple interesting ones and then I didn't. So it's just been very strange. Are we arguing again? I must have missed this part.
All right, so if you line them up, too.
Oh, no, I didn't miss this part. She just has something to say.
Your Honor,
And Judge does not want to listen.
it seemed like there was a couple of outstanding things. I'm sorry, I thought I heard you say you were going to call it a jury.
Yeah, I'm lining them up. So what do we want to talk about?
Well, I had asked you to consider a little bit more limiting rule regarding the cameras and whether or not they aired the photos. And I hadn't seen any further thought or remarks by yourself on that. And then also, we never really got a clear ruling on the number and amount of photos that would come in our motion to eliminate regarding the crime scene photos and autopsy photos. And I wondered and I'm not sure if that's intended to be brought in today. And
That's my question for Mr. Green. At what point in time do you want to be bringing those photos forward?
I expect today, potentially before lunch.
Okay.
Oh, I thought he
Then I will.
That's
let's get
Wednesday
through
later.
If you're not going to use them in the openings?
No.
All right, so let's get through the openings on that, and then I'll make a ruling on those two aspects. So thank you for that.
Hey, DG.
All set. I need those photos, Bill.
Ryan, how are you doing? It's good to see you. Ronnie, you sound like me. I've always got something playing that's court related. My husband's like, you're kind of weird now.
Yeah, right. Good idea.
You know what state? The news channel that has it. That might work. Just curiosity. It's kind of like a car accident. You can't turn away. Yeah, they've done a couple of ones that I'm surprised they haven't grabbed onto. Everything is for research. Me too.
All right, welcome back to Hampshire County Superior Court. Members of the jury, we're in courtroom 2 for this trial. I want to start today like I start every day, and that's thanking you for your service. Thanking you all. I know, got to meet you all last Wednesday when we paneled. I know that you're all very busy people, both professionally and personally, and that's a commitment, public service commitment that you're making to be here for this trial. I'll start every day by thanking you for that service. Questions I'll have for you every morning before we start are the following. Has any
Telling you, it's choppy audio, and it's
with anyone and the balance of those instructions since you were last in court Wednesday? I see no affirmative response. Has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case outside of this courtroom since Wednesday that has affected or would affect your ability to consider this case as a fair and impartial juror? I see no affirmative response. And finally, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as jurors in this case that any juror wishes to bring to my attention at this time? I see no affirmative response. I'll ask that they be sworn now, please.
Okay, would you all please stand one more time and raise your...
DG, this is the trial of Blake Scanlon in Massachusetts. He's accused of unaliving his girlfriend with a very sharp object. Oh, and the mother of his child. That is really all I know, other than he pretty much told them that he did it on, I believe, in the 911 call. And it just started this morning. And because I was looking and looking and looking for something to do. He's only 20 years old, as you can see it'll scroll at the bottom if you're watching. I don't know if you're just watching or just listening since you're working. I'm not sure how old she was. I would say not much, but sad. Sad for them, sad for her, sad for I think they have a little girl. Are you talking about the judge, Chrissy? Sounds so young. I have it muted. He's just reading what they're supposed to do. Yeah, he does. I can't get a good look at him. I guess we'll listen to this fella. I'll have to change my thumbnail too. From just question marks. And now y'all know. Now y'all know how that sounds. We'll play that. We'll keep that around. But Gabby, these guys don't have your accent. I haven't heard it out of any of them.
Course of our trial. When the evidence is complete, I will explain the legal rules that you must apply to decide this case. You will then meet together in private to consider the evidence, apply the law as I give it to you, and work together to reach a verdict. Before we start the trial itself, I'm going to give you these initial instructions. I will explain the indictments that Mr. Walsh, our clerk, just read aloud and describe what will happen during the course of this trial. I'll also give you some information as to my role as the judge, the lawyer's respective roles, and your role, most importantly, as jurors. I will discuss some of the legal rules that apply in this case, and I will explain some important things that you must do and must not do during the course of this trial. A moment ago, our clerk, Mr. Walsh, read the language of the indictments in this case. An indictment is simply a legal document that formally accuses someone of a crime. These indictments that were read to you are not evidence in this case, and the fact that Mr. Scanlon is facing these charges does not mean that he is guilty of committing any crime. As I told you when we were selecting you as jurors, Mr. Scanlon has pled not guilty to all of these charges. At the end of the trial, you, the jury, will decide whether the prosecution has proved these charges beyond a reasonable doubt. When I finish with these initial instructions, the prosecutor and the defense counsel will make opening statements. An opening statement is a summary of what the lawyer expects the evidence to show. After the opening statements, you will hear testimony from various witnesses. The evidence may also include documents and other things. The prosecution will call witnesses first, then the defendant will have the chance to call additional witness if the defendant chooses to do so. Both sides may question each witness. After you see and hear all the evidence, each side will make a closing argument to summarize the evidence and to suggest at that time conclusions that you may reach based upon the evidence in the law. The lawyer's opening statements and closing arguments may help you make sense of the evidence you hear and see in this courtroom, but the opening statements and closing arguments are not evidence. At the end of the trial, I'll give you, much like I'm doing now, I will read to you the legal rules, that is the law that you must apply in deciding this case. You'll then discuss the case in private in the jury deliberation room, which you are now all familiar with, to work together as a jury to reach a verdict. So my job as the judge of this case is to make sure that this case is tried fairly, efficiently, and according to the law. I must make sure that you hear and see only evidence that is allowed under our rules of evidence. Those rules determine what evidence the lawyers may and may not present to you. The purpose of these rules of evidence is to make sure that what you see and hear at this trial is relevant to the case and appropriate for you to consider. Yes. If one of the lawyers says the word objection, that means the lawyer thinks that a particular answer or exhibit violates the rules of evidence. If I'm not persuaded by the objection, I will say overruled. That means that the witness may show you the exhibit, and you may consider the answer or exhibit as evidence. If I instead say sustained when a lawyer makes an objection, that means that the witness may not answer the question or the party may not show you the exhibit, because under our rules of evidence, you may not consider the answer or exhibit. If I sustain an objection, you may not talk about or try to guess what the evidence might have been if I had let the question and answer be made. There may be times during the course of the trial when I instruct you or I tell you to disregard something or allow a motion to strike something that you've already heard or seen. If that happens, that means that the testimony or exhibit I tell you to disregard or that I strike is not evidence, and you may not consider it or even discuss it during the course of your deliberations. Again, as I mentioned to you before, at the end of this case, my final role with you is to instruct you on the law that you must apply at the conclusion of the case. I'm going to give you those instructions out loud like I'm doing right now. And I'm also going to give you a written version to take with you in the jury room as you work together to reach your verdict. The role of the lawyers now. The lawyers have their own important role in this trial. Their job is to bring to your attention the evidence and arguments that best support their respective positions. They may also object to evidence offered by the other side, as I told you about a few moments ago. Please do not hold it against the lawyers. If they make an objection, the lawyers have to let me know when there's a potential issue about whether you may see, hear, or consider something. Now, your role as the jury. You have the most important role and job in this entire trial. After you've heard and seen all the evidence,
He's frozen.
Prosecution has proven Mr. Scanlon guilty of the crimes charged based upon the legal principles that I will explain to you. You must decide this case based only on the evidence you see and hear during this trial and on my instructions, that is the law that I give you at the conclusion of the case. You may not decide this case based upon suspicion, guesswork, or speculation, or based upon any type of emotion that you may feel during the trial. The evidence in the trial consists of the testimony of witnesses, as you recall it, and any documents or other things that become exhibits. Other things you will see and hear during the trial are not evidence. For example, as I told you, the openings and the closings are not evidence. The questions that the attorneys ask themselves are not evidence. A witness's answers are evidence, but the lawyer's questions are not. A very important part of your job and your role as jurors in this case is to decide who and what to believe. Whether the testimony is contradicted by any other evidence or not, it is entirely up to you to decide whether you believe it. You may believe everything that a witness says, part of what a witness says, or none at all of what a particular witness tells you. The same is true of each exhibit. You must decide whether you believe what it shows or not. In deciding who or what to believe, you should ask and consider some important questions. First, was the witness honestly trying to tell the truth or not? Though witnesses take an oath to tell the truth, sometimes the witness says things that the witness knows are false. If you conclude that a witness misled or did not tell the truth about something, then of course you should not believe that part of the testimony. Second, was the witness accurate, or did the witness get something wrong without meaning to do so? Sometimes a witness may recall seeing or hearing something but still be mistaken. If you conclude that a witness tried to be truthful but that some part of the witness's testimony was not accurate, then you should not consider the inaccurate testimony. I have no opinion whatsoever about what or who you should believe in this case. As I've explained to you, that's not my role. That is yours and yours alone. So please do not take anything that I say or anything that I do during the course of this trial to suggest to you what I think you ought to believe or how to decide this case. It's not my role. It's entirely yours. We choose jurors because we believe you, and I found you, that to be fair, open-minded, and are open-minded with respect to this case, and that you not favor either side when you evaluate the evidence and you decide this case. As I mentioned to you, do not let sympathy, prejudice, or personal likes or dislikes influence you in any way. You must consider the evidence calmly and carefully. Our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions. All people in this country deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. I'm sure that you want to be fair, but that is not always easy. One difficulty comes from our own built-in expectations and assumptions. Those assumptions exist even if we're not aware of them and even if we believe we do not have them. Some of you may have heard this called implicit bias, and that is what I'm talking about. We judges have the same problem, so let me share a few strategies that may be useful to you. First, slow down. Do not rush to any decisions. Hasty decisions are most likely to reflect stereotypes or hidden biases. Second, maintain and keep an open mind. Avoid drawing conclusions until the end of the case when you and your fellow jurors deliberate. Remember that when you deliberate, that is when you meet to discuss and decide the case, you will have all the evidence and truly all the time you need to make a careful decision, so there is no need to start making up your mind before then. Third, you should listen closely to all of the witnesses. That is the best way to ensure that you decide the case based on the evidence in the law instead of upon unsupported assumptions. Fourth, as you listen to the testimony about the people involved in this case, consider them as individuals rather than as members of a particular group. And finally, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or gender identity groups? At the end of this case, I'm going to remind you of these strategies and ask that you focus on the evidence instead upon any unsupported assumptions that you may have. All that we ask of you, individually and as a group, is to do your best to resolve this case based upon the evidence and the law without sympathy, bias, or prejudice, to the best of your ability as human beings. I want to talk about, again, some legal rules that apply to this case. I told you about them when we picked you as jurors, but I want to remind you about them first of all. There is the presumption of innocence. Every person who is accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent of that crime. Mr. Scanlon is presumed to be innocent of the charges in this case. That means you must consider him to be innocent now, and you must still consider him to be innocent at the end of this trial unless the prosecution has proven beyond a reasonable doubt through the evidence that he committed the crimes charged. The defendant does not have to do anything to convince you that he is innocent. He does not have to explain anything. Under our Constitution, the defendant does not have to question witnesses or provide any evidence at all, because you must presume he is innocent. Instead, it is up to the Commonwealth to prove the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof never shifts to the defendant at all. At the end of this trial, after you've heard and seen all the evidence, you will deliberate with each other. If you have a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt on a particular charge, then your verdict must be not guilty on that charge. You may find Mr. Scanlon guilty only if all of the deliberating jurors agree that the Commonwealth has proven the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. So again, we talked about this last Wednesday. I'm going to repeat it for you now. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, although not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt, for everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all of the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When I refer to moral certainty, I mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs based solely on the evidence that has been put before you in the trial of this case. I've told you that every person is presumed to be innocent until he or she is proven guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the prosecutor. If at the end you evaluate all the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability or even a strong probability that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence in this case must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are now sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. So note-taking. When the evidence starts, that is after the opening statements are done and the evidence in the case starts, you will be allowed, that is permitted, to take notes during the course of the trial. When you meet to discuss this case at the end, that is to deliberate, we cannot provide you with a transcript of anything that occurs here in the courtroom. You're going to have to rely on your own memory of what occurred during the trial for your discussions. So you may take notes if you wish. I want to emphasize you are not required to take notes. Some on how awesome of a note taker you are, how lousy of a note taker you are. Some jurors take some notes, some jurors take a lot of notes, some jurors take 0 notes. It's entirely up to you. It's entirely your decision. Whether you take notes or not, you will need to pay close attention to each witness and what they say. In deciding who or what to believe, you should watch and listen to each witness carefully. Think about whether the witness seems believable, whether the witness's memory seems reliable, and anything else about how the witness testifies and what the witness says that helps you decide whether and how much to believe the witness. Remember, as I mentioned to you now, your memory of what the witness has said and does on the witness stand during the course of the trial governs, not your notes. So do not assume because you or another juror wrote something down that is more accurate than you or another juror's memory of what the witness actually said. So one last final piece about notes. Your notes are entirely confidential. No one, including me, will ever read the notes. The court officers collect the notebooks at the end of each day and keep them safe until they're returned to you the next morning.
I hope Long Crime fixes that.
They're not kept in the record. They're not a permanent part of any record in this case. They're entirely yours, and they will be shredded at the conclusion of the case, so they're not part of the record in normal. Please raise. We'll make the necessary adjustments, as I mentioned.
Yes. All right, Log Crime. I wonder if was it a geomagnetic storm or something that happened yesterday? Is that messing with their satellite signal? Because I was reading all about it this morning, that it could.
To bring me one last thing about logistics here. They're designed to point out so that they pick up what people are saying. They're relatively sensitive, so the mic is always on. So if you happen to say something to a fellow juror in the box at any point in time, there's a possibility that can get picked up on the microphone, and we don't want that to happen. So please keep in mind that the mics near you are live, and be cautious about that. So I know I've met you all, got a chance to meet on Wednesday in some detail when I met you at the side of the bench with the lawyers. I know that you're going to try this case in accordance with the oath that Mr. Walsh just gave to you in open court. When you took that oath, you promised that you would, quote, well and truly try the issues between the Commonwealth and the defendant according to the law, end of quote. If you follow that oath, approach this case with an open mind and make your decisions fairly and without prejudice or bias or sympathy for anyone, then you will in the end arrive at a fair and just verdict. It is now time for the opening statements. Mr. Green.
Thank you, John.
Morning, folks. Anyone set to testify? with the exception of Miss Gray, or Miss Gray and Miss Green, please step out into the hallway, and I'm sure we'll come get you as soon as we can.
Very loud.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It was over. I'm going to ask you to keep that phrase in mind throughout the course of this trial. It was over. On January 1st of 2019, New Year's Day, Alexis Avery told the defendant, Mr. Scanlon, that their relationship was over. They had dated off and on again for several years and tried to make it work. In June of 2018, they got an apartment together at 92 White Street in the city of Westfield, and they moved in. Alexis was pregnant at the time with the defendant's baby, and in August of 2018, a baby girl, Darla, was born. Still, things weren't working out between the two of them. And on New Year's Day, Alexis told the defendant that their relationship had come to an end. On Friday, January 11th, 2019, so just about 10 or 11 so days later, Alexis made plans that night to go out with her close friend, Caitlin Avery, who's also her cousin, and you will hear from Caitlin during the course of this trial. They were going to have a girls' night out. It had been a long time. Alexis dropped her baby off at her grandmother's house and borrowed her mother's car, Jessica's car. And you'll hear from Jessica as well. Alexis and Caitlin went back to their apartment on White Street to get ready for the night. So it's about 7 or 8 o'clock. They are doing their makeup and getting dressed and just doing normal things, getting ready for the evening. The defendant, Mr. Scanlon, was there at first, and he was, as you will hear, described by the witnesses, acting mopey and sad and saying things like, "I can't believe my family is leaving." Around 8 o'clock, the defendant went over to his friend's house. Alexis and Caitlin didn't make plans with the defendant. They didn't intend to meet up with him that night. She was looking forward to spending the night with Caitlin. Now, about the same time, Alexis actually changed her Facebook profile to single and started talking to a guy at work that she had a crush on. His name, you will hear, is Scott Burns. And Scott Burns will testify in this case as well. Scott and Alexis worked together, and that night, Alexis and Scott made plans to meet up and have a drink. About 9 p.m. Friday night, Alexis and Caitlin go to a bar in Westfield called the Maple Leaf Cafe, and things are going fine. Scott, the guy she was interested in, and one of his co-workers showed up about an hour or so after Alexis got there, and they were hitting it off. Alexis and Scott were flirting and talking to each other. He was buying them drinks. But you'll hear from Alexis's cousin, Caitlin, that she kept checking her cell phone and was vigilant to see where the defendant physically was, because they shared their location together. And what you will hear is that the defendant was at his friend's house, which is what she anticipated. So at that point, all things were going fine. Now, a little bit later in the night, Alexis and Scott really started to hit it off, and they were at the bar at the Maple Leaf kissing. Sometime around, the defendant shows up at the Maple Leaf with a friend. Caitlin went over to Alexis immediately and said, "Hey, cool it. Blake just got here." They decided they wanted to go someplace else. So they paid their tabs and they went over to another bar in town. This is probably around 11 now, called Whip City Brewery, or the Whip. So they paid their tabs, they went over to the Whip. They told Scott and his friend where they were going so they could meet up with them. And as they began to walk outside, the defendant rushed after Alexis, and there was a conversation that Caitlin couldn't hear. But again, things seemed. Around 11:30 at night, Alexis and Caitlin drove over to the second bar, the Whip, and Scott and his friend showed up shortly thereafter, as was planned. 30 minutes or so after that, the defendant once again showed up at the Whip. And this time he was alone. His friend wasn't there. Caitlin Avery will describe the defendant to you, standing in the corner alone, staring at Alexis and Scott, who were still flirting. And I expect you'll see some pictures of the inside of these two bars. They're not big. I don't know if you're familiar with them, but you'll hear from a Westfield detective who is familiar with both places, obviously, who took some pictures. These are small venues, so it's fair to say that the defendant saw what was happening with Alexis and Scott. At some point in the night, Caitlin Avery actually grabbed the defendant, Blake, who she obviously knew, and brought him outside and said something to him like, "What are you doing? You know you're breaking up." And then the defendant said something like, "How could she do this to me? And why the fuck is that dude hugging her?" Caitlin goes, "Listen, they're co-workers, don't worry about it, it's not a big deal." But again, they're breaking up, so it shouldn't have been. The defendant says, "If I see that shit again, I'm gonna fuck him up." Caitlin goes back inside, finds Alexis, kind of gives her the lowdown. Hey, maybe you want to cool it a little bit with Scott. At some point in the night, Alexis, who you'll hear drove her mother's car to the bar that night, misplaced her key fob. And so she was trying to find her key fob. Caitlin was trying to help her find her key fob. Even the defendant at some point was trying to help her find this key fob for Jessica's mother's car, a Mazda. Now, 1 o'clock in the morning, Alexis kind of disappears from the bar. The defendant was still there. Caitlin was still there. The defendant was asking Caitlin, "Where is she? Where is she? I can't find her." And as it got later and closer to closing time, Caitlin became more paranoid because Alexis was her ride home and she couldn't find her. Alexis and Scott had gone out into the parking lot. They got into the back of his truck and they were having sex, Alexis and Scott Burns. The defendant walked up to Scott Burns' truck, saw what was happening, opened the door, and according to what I expect you'll hear from Scott Burns, in an oddly calm demeanor for what he is seeing, he simply says to Alexis, "Get your things, let's go." But not before she tells Blake Scanlon, "I don't want to be with you. I want to be with him, Scott." The defendant barely acknowledged Scott. He certainly did not fuck him up. He simply asked Alexis to get her things. They got into her car and they drove home to their apartment on White Street in Westfield. Caitlin did get home that night, but she never saw Alexis Avery alive again. Nobody did. Because that night, Blake Scanlon murdered her. He waited until they were alone, back at their apartment. Then he got a kitchen knife and he stabbed Alexis Avery 28 times. He stabbed her in the neck, piercing her jugular. He stabbed her over and over again during her midsection. Some of those wounds were so deep that they lacerated and damaged many of her major organs. He slashed her face. He stabbed her in the back. And Alexis had what the medical examiner will describe as defensive wounds, wounds all up and down her arms. The medical examiner will tell you
Yep.
that there was actually literally no blood left in Alexis Avery's heart. She bled out on the kitchen floor of their apartment. Their relationship was over, but the defendant made sure that it was over for Alexis. And if he couldn't have her, nobody was going to have her. The defendant then attempted to injure himself. Can't tell you exactly when during the course of this day or day and a half that's going to be crucial that follows that happened. But he did cut his own wrists, superficial wounds. He even tried to light some debris underneath the gas stove, and you'll hear from an arson investigator about that. But that didn't do anything either. The defendant spent the next day and a half, approximately, delaying the inevitable. On Saturday morning,
Just laying there.
Alexis's mother, Jessica, started to try and contact her. She had to pick up her baby. She had things to do. Pretty normal stuff for a mom to try and contact her daughter, especially since her baby was with her grandmother. And Jessica started to receive replies from Alexis's phone. It started off by saying, Blake and I aren't feeling great. Can grandma watch the baby for another night? I just can't. I'm not in a good headspace. And then you'll see numerous calls and texts from Jessica to Alexis Avery's phone throughout the entire course of that day on Saturday. And you will see that those calls and text messages went from concern to alarm to full-blown panic. Because on Sunday morning, Alexis still had not picked up her baby. And Jessica, who you will hear from, Alexis's mother, had a sneaking suspicion, called mother's intuition, that something was not right. She had not heard her daughter's voice since Friday. She had received text messages from her phone, but she had not heard her voice. At this point in time, Alexis's mother, Jessica, in a last desperate attempt, sends a message at about 11 in the morning to Alexis's phone. Kind of foreboding. She says, I'm not playing. You know I watch too much Dateline. If I don't hear your voice, I am calling the police and I am coming over there. That's just before 11 a.m. on Sunday. And at 11:02 a.m., the defendant calls 911 himself. You'll hear that call. It's about 8 minutes long.
Wow.
The defendant calls 911 and tells the 911 dispatcher that he needs help because he had tried to cut his wrists and he was bleeding. And then he volunteers to the 911 dispatcher, I stabbed my girlfriend on Friday after I caught her cheating on me. Police and paramedics, of course, as they do, when you call 911, show up. The defendant is still holding the phone that he's on the 911 call with at the time. The first officer who responds tells him to put the phone down and make sure that the area is safe and secure. That officer will tell you that he noticed Alexis Avery's body in the kitchen. This is a very small apartment, and you'll see pictures of it. You'll see Alexis Avery was on the kitchen floor, and it was a fairly bloody, gruesome crime scene. The officer approaches the defendant on the couch, who's holding this phone, realizes that he's not in any danger, holsters his weapon, and says to the defendant, essentially, what happened? And the defendant, once again, openly admits to Officer Bradley I stabbed her on Friday after I caught her cheating. The defendant is evaluated on the scene by paramedics, transported to Noble Hospital, where he is treated and released that same day for superficial lacerations to his wrists. And then a very thorough, as you would expect, investigation ensued. State police became involved in the investigation, Westfield police, the crime scene analysis unit from the state police came and processed the scene. You're going to hear from all of the witnesses about all the work that went into this investigation. And I'm going to suggest to you that the evidence is going to be quite substantial. There will be no question in your minds at the conclusion of this trial as to who killed Alexis Avery in the early morning hours of January 12th of 2019. There will be no question at all about how Alexis Avery died. The medical examiner will tell you 28 sharp force wounds, any number of which were potentially fatal in and of themselves.
Hey, Bon.
Once you hear all the facts,
These are
listen to all the witnesses, and see all of the evidence in this case, I suggest to you that you will also have no doubts in your mind, no questions at all left, that the defendant committed first-degree murder when he stabbed Alexis Avery 28 times. Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Green.
Yeah, she laid there from Friday to Sunday, and they said there was no blood left in her heart. So yeah, it had to be messy.
Good morning.
Or just taking it when she said
After what you just heard, I think perhaps you might be relieved about what I'm about to say next. The question in this trial won't be if you find Mr. Scanlon guilty. It will be what you find him guilty of. We start there. You heard a lot from the judge already about the presumption of innocence and how the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt. So you might be asking yourself, how do I square what I just said to you with that? And this is what I mean when I say the question here isn't if, but of what. I mean this, the indictment alleges murder, but you will learn that this trial, and when we put folks on trial for a crime like this, that it's not just as simple as innocent or guilty, convict or acquit. You'll be told what the law is in this Commonwealth and what it means when we talk about first-degree murder and second-degree murder and other forms of homicide. And so, if you experienced any relief at all when I did suggest to you how I expect this case to end, I would also say that in some ways what you're being asked to do is among the hardest things we ever ask a jury to do, which is to think very carefully and listen very carefully to all of the evidence and not just focus on the outcome, but all of the circumstances surrounding that. So ADA Green has suggested here that this is all very straightforward. But I would suggest, and I will tell you that I expect that the evidence is not going to show you that was simply that it was over. The evidence is going to show that Ms. Avery and Mr. Scanlon, in fact, had a lengthy on-again, off-again relationship. And that at the time that this happened, they had been on again for quite a long time, since their daughter was born in August and since before that, through her pregnancy. And that on January 11th, yes, you are going to hear evidence that they were contemplating the end of the relationship, but they still had a home together. They still lived together. They were still parenting together. Can appreciate that the evidence is going to show that as young people who had been together a long time and as brand new parents, so the evidence is going to show had both hoped and had every expectation of parenting that child together, that even if they weren't together, that as long as they were still living in the same home and until they were not, that they were still operating with this certain kind of relationship. Now here's what's not in dispute. Ms. Avery hooked up that night with a coworker, a man that she had not been out with previously. She wasn't carrying on a long-term affair with this young man. That was the first night that they had been together. And it's not in dispute that when Mr. Scanlon came to the whip, they weren't just flirting, but that she was making out. Miss Avery was making out with Mr. Burns. And then, knowing full well that he was at the bar, went directly outside and had sex with Mr. Burns in his truck. Now, you're also going to be asked to think about the evidence about what happened after Mr. Scanlon discovered them in the truck. There are going to be questions that I'm asking you to pay attention to. How long did it take for them to get home? The evidence is going to show you that from the time Mr. Scanlon found Ms. Avery and Mr. Burns together in the truck, to the time they got home was an incredibly short period of time. Minutes.
Very personal, Adair, I think. I agree with you.
How that discussion continued after they were in the truck, after they were on the ride home, and what happened in the moments after they got home. And that's all very important because, as I said before, it's not the case that we can just look at the terrible outcome here and decide that's it. It's all very straightforward. I don't have to think about this anymore. In fact, you're going to have to think about very hard questions indeed about what all of the circumstances mean. Now, I also want to make it clear that when I say that the law asks this of you, I am not suggesting that the law says that what happened here was okay and not worthy of punishment. It's that the law says that you must presume Mr. Scanlon innocent, and the Commonwealth must prove him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt before you convict him of any crime. So that brings us back to where I started, which is to say, to put what I said at the beginning of my remarks another way, and because the law says, and you must presume Blake Scanlon innocent, I will be asking you to find that the Commonwealth has not proven beyond a reasonable doubt Blake Scanlon guilty of some of
Adair.
not
This
guilty.
is on
of
crime's
first-degree murder.
happiness, not mine. And I've told you that, just telling anybody.
I ask you to listen carefully. I ask you to keep to all the questions and to be prepared to do and apply the law at the end of this case the judge tells you must be applied. It's not easy, but after speaking with all of you to select this jury, I'm very confident that you can, and I trust you with this job.
Thank you very much, Attorney Elkins. I'm going to have her take our morning break now because there's a few matters I need to talk about. So remember I said when we picked, we'll take our morning break at kind of usually 11 o'clock, but at a point in time that might be logical. It's a logical time for us here before we start the witnesses in the case. So the morning break is now. We'll see you back here in about 10 or 15 minutes. We'll go from that point until 1 o'clock. All right?
Wait for them to exit. I didn't fast forward through a lot of this stuff because I don't want to get all the way caught up. Hopefully then we'll get caught up after lunch. I'll unmute it. As soon as I sit down, they're going to argue something, or they're not arguing. This is about when I stopped. No, Adair, she's going to do that because she would be a man and she could easier than a woman.
photos. Let's go with the easier one first. We marked B, meaning the crime scene photos. The only ones that aren't appropriate because they're really duplicative of what we're seeing in the autopsy photos are 7.
Yeah, I don't want to know.
Which are kind of a prone Ms. Avery. I don't even know what 47 is depicting, all right? So those will come out as essentially duplicative. You want to be heard on that, Mr. Green?
Not as to 47, I certainly understand. I would say that 46 depicts these baggies on both the left and right hand of Miss Avery. And that will be important because the defendant's DNA was found underneath one of her fingernail scrapings. I believe it was her left hand. So as far as there's a chain of custody or a contamination argument, that would be the reason that the Commonwealth would seek to introduce 46 to show that that
Do you
was.
anticipate any such argument about that for any evidence or questioning? We can if there is, we can revisit it, but do you anticipate that?
I'm sorry, any,
Do you anticipate any argument about chain of custody or anything with respect to the material scraped from underneath Ms. Avery's fingernails?
no, in fact, we have an agreement to stipulate pretty much all of the DNA.
Okay, so just for the, I think it's repetitive of some of the documents that we're going to be looking at in a few moments of Exhibit A, meaning the autopsy photo, so 46 will be out and 47, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
I was kind of wondering about the phone pictures, but they're not, I'm not going to rule, you can introduce them as you get there and you can maybe explain why they're important at the time.
Certainly.
All right, so that's that. Let's turn our attention now to A. So it looks like what you have here is kind of, these are, I understand, A for ID are the autopsy photographs. And so you've kind of taken like a wider picture, if you will, which shows multiple different wounds. And then you've gone and kind of individually, with a close-up and a ruler kind of identified those.
Yes, Your Honor.
I've gone through here and, well, here's what I want to do preliminarily. I want to, in our photographs, 1, 5, 6, 7.
I'm sorry, can I just
Yep, just get them in your hand.
a little bit? 1, 5,
6, 7,
6, and 7.
13, 14,
13, 14,
16, 17, 18,
16, 17, 18,
22, 23, and 24.
22, 23, and 24.
Yeah. So the balance, I think most of them, in fact, all of them, I believe, are simply close-ups with some type of measuring tape or stick of the wounds themselves. Is there anything in particular about the evidence, Mr. Green? I think when I did it, I covered all of every wound. Might want to check that, but I think I covered every wound. If you want to be heard on the close-ups?
I think I may, but the medical examiner isn't expected to testify until Wednesday.
Okay,
I'm not going to introduce any of these photographs until Wednesday.
okay.
So if I could just, if we could hold off, I suppose, on arguing the balance of these pictures.
Yep.
Until I've had a chance to digest the ones that you've allowed in.
Okay.
We could have, again, I don't think it'll take long, but we can have a brief discussion when that time comes.
All right, very well.
Thank you.
Anything else we should talk about before I step down for a few minutes?
No, Your Honor.
Who are we going to hear from first, Mr. Green?
I'm actually going to call Jessica Vasquez, the mother, first.
All right.
So that I would then ask she be exempted from the sequestration order.
Right, after she testifies, the sequestration order will no longer be in place, all right?
Thank
So Ms. Vasquez will be first. I'm stepping down. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Is there anything else you want to say? Anything else? Okay.
All right.
Oh, he's 23 now. I think. 20. Well, I guess he was 20 when he did it. Sorry, he was 20 when he did it. He's 23 now. Still. How were they both, if they were 20 at the time that this happened, why were they allowed in to bars or into clubs or wherever? I don't know what those places are, if they were like a full bar or if there was a restaurant that they could go in, and if part of it was a restaurant that they could be in. That makes sense. It just didn't sound that way. Come on, spinny wheel. I guess.
I expect there was in motion to eliminate a question about the text messages and 88 Green opened regarding
Got
certain
it.
text messages from Ms. Gray or back and forth between Ms. Avery's phone and Ms. Gray. That hasn't been clearly ruled on. The Commonwealth is not, the form that we discussed them in is not, as I understand it, the form that the 88 Green intends to admit those text messages. And so I just wanted to give a heads up to Your Honor that we're, that ruling is still out there. I may have objections to some of these texts individually or the form in which they come in. So I just.
How do you intend to present the text messages?
There are screenshots that I expect Jessica Vasquez-Bray to be able to identify. I will show her those, and I intend to mark them for identification, not as evidence at this point. And then later, when Trooper McNally discusses the actual phone extraction and what that entails, that is when I would offer the 10 pages of the entire phone printout, and the corresponding messages will be apparent on that extraction from those still photographs.
And then what do you intend to do with the still photographs? Try to move them in at that point?
I will.
Okay. So what's your position on that?
Your Honor, I'm going to be objecting to the substance and the hearsay statements that are contained within the text being moved into evidence. I believe that the Commonwealth's and also some of the substance of those texts are irrelevant and prejudicial, highly prejudicial. So I think there are things that we can talk about in terms of the timing of the text that came in and from whom, but as far as the substance of those texts, those I will be objecting to them coming in.
Okay, well, there's issues with foundation here that you're going to need to put in. Are you intending to put those texts that came in from Ms. Avery's phone on the Saturday as statements of the defendant?
Statements of the defendant and also state of mind evidence, consciousness of guilt evidence, any number of.
Oh, okay, so we'll cross that bridge when we get to it, but you're going to obviously need to put some foundation. If that's what you intend to use these statements for, then you're going to need to get some foundation in for that before they're offered. So I understand now what you're doing with the screenshot. So we'll take up it. I'm alerted to the issues. We'll take it up at that time.
Thank you.
All right.
I would have thought they would have had this all worked out. And I don't know that they were drinking. They didn't say they were drinking.
Oh, I'm sorry, there is one. In light of Your Honor's ruling, and under the circumstances, I'm removing Ms. Green from my witness list, and so that she may remain as well in the Mrs. Scanlon's mother.
All right, so she won't be called. She'll be removed from the witness list. Okay, all set.
All right. So, if you didn't catch that, there's a sequestration rule in effect. So her mother is the victim's mother is going to testify first. So that way, then she can be released from that and remain in the courtroom. She wanted his mother to be able to remain in the courtroom, but the judge said no. So she just removed her from the witness list so that she can remain in the courtroom for the entire trial. Yeah, he apparently told them that he did it in self-defense, Adair. So, and then he did it in self-defense on Friday, and she laid there till Sunday, and court TV saying that he called 911 shortly thereafter. What's their definition of long?
Trial, Attorney Green.
Thank you. The Commonwealth would call Ms. Jessica Vasquez Bray at this time.
If you can make that happen, Gabby, that would be a miracle.
You solemnly swear that the evidence you will give this court and jury in the case now on trial shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please take the witness stand.
Ah, come on, Lincoln.
Oh, no.
Go ahead.
Take the cup, pass it down.
Oh, it's already crying. What is that? It's already crying.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Attorney Green.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
I know it's difficult, but in a loud, clear voice as you can you please tell everybody your full name and spell your last name?
Yes, Jessica Vasquez Bray, Bray.
And how old are you, ma'am?
42,
What town?
Mass.
How long have you lived in Westfield?
Oh gosh, since I was 11.
Do you work?
I do.
Where do you work?
I work at Westfield Bank.
How long have you worked? Who was Alexis Avery?
She's my daughter.
And what was her date of birth?
April 20th, 1998.
No, I was born 3 years after
May I
tonight.
approach the witness?
Yes.
Tell me who's depicted in that photograph.
Alexis.
And you know approximately when this was taken?
That was her pregnancy photo shoot, so sometime in 2018.
I can draw this.
Exhibit 1.
Exhibit 1.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Displaying exhibit number 1. That was your daughter.
Yes.
Is your daughter still with us?
She's not.
Do you know who Blake Scanlon is?
I do.
And how do you know him?
He dated my daughter on and off.
Did you see him in the courtroom?
I do.
Could you just point to him, describe a color shirt he's wearing?
It's right over there. The jacket.
Thank you. Your Honor, may the record reflect in-court identification of the defendant?
She pointed in the defendant's direction, yes.
Thank you. Who is Darla?
Darla's my granddaughter. We adopted her, but yes, Alexis had a baby with Blake.
And when was Darla born?
She was born August 1st, 2018.
Do you know approximately how long Alexis and the defendant had dated off and on?
I want to say I remember 2016, we did like a family vacation. I remember him being there. So I would say around that time through January 1st.
And in June of 2018, where were your daughter and the defendant living?
On White Street in Westfield, an apartment.
I'll read that at a break. Abby.
And a few weeks before January 11th, New Year's Day or so, did you have an occasion to see Alexis?
I did.
And did she tell you anything about her relationship with the defendant?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
May we approach briefly sidebar?
So during the course of the trial, we have
That was a very quick objection and sustained. Okay. This camera reminds me of the Bell McNabb trial, just not quite so bad. Hamilton. Gabby wants you to know that she misses your text back and forth banter. If you can hear me, or if you hear this later. So they must be sidebarring it, so we get to stare at him. Yay. I don't really want to look at him. And I try. I don't want to start. He doesn't move much. And I don't want to start a trial out with thinking he's guilty because that's not the way we're supposed to do it. But when you confess to doing it on your 911 call, it's hard to get around it.
When was the last time that you actually saw Alexis, if you remember?
Yes, it was the evening of January 11th, Friday,
And where did you see her?
at my house.
And why was she at your house?
She came to borrow the car with Caitlin,
Okay. Borrow whose car?
my car.
All right. And what kind of car was that?
It was a 2007 Mazda CX-9.
Do you know why she was borrowing your car that night? If you know.
Yeah, like their car didn't, Caitlin's car didn't run well, and they just wanted to have like a safe, decent car for the evening.
Okay. Do you recall approximately what time she came over to borrow your car?
It was in the evening. I don't remember the exact time.
Okay. And then Saturday, what did you do?
I was at work, and I was trying to get a hold of her, so I was texting her.
Okay. And where was Darla on Friday night, the baby?
She was at my mom's house.
Okay. And does mom have a name or nickname that you called her?
Wella?
Saturday morning, if you know, did Alexis pick up Wella?
Saturday morning, no.
Okay. Was she supposed to?
She was supposed to pick up the baby.
At some point in time, you mentioned you tried to get in touch with
I did.
Alexis. Is that right?
Yes.
And what is your phone number, if you know?
It's 413.
Thank you, Law and Crime.
Is that the same number you would have had back in 2018, 2019?
Yes.
And did you have Alexis's phone number programmed into your phone?
I did.
Do you happen to recall that number offhand?
No, because I don't remember anybody's. Just go right to the name and dial it.
I
It's unfortunate.
If you saw it, do you think it would help jog your
Yes.
memory? May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah, that's it. Yes.
I'm with you,
Did that
Gabby.
help your memory?
Yes.
And what do you recall your daughter's phone number being?
The 556.
Glad they're doing that.
557?
Yeah.
I don't have to tell you guys, don't forward.
Were you ever able to physically speak with Alexis during Saturday, January 12th?
No,
How did you communicate with her?
it was text message.
To her phone?
Correct.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I show you this item. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
What do you recognize that item to be?
Alexis's phone.
White iPhone with gold starkly case?
Yes.
ID only.
E for identification.
And you mentioned
Explain to the jury, matters marked for identification are not exhibits, evidence in the case at this time. All right?
you mentioned that Alexis borrowed your phone.
Yes.
You recognize what this is,
It's the key fob for my car.
and the keys actually in here.
Correct.
So this is like your spare set.
Yeah, that was a spare.
I have this marked for identification as well.
ID only.
F.
Beth.
Did you hear from did you hear her voice at any point on Saturday?
I never heard her voice again since she picked up the car.
And you continued to try and communicate with her?
I did.
Did you call?
I did.
Did you text?
No deal, Stormy. No deal. Summer over winter always.
Just want to show you these 10 pages. Take a minute and just look through them without saying anything. When you're done with that, please.
Back to lunch. Mom, Tim will have her issues.
Can you just tell me what those pictures are of generally?
On the text messages that I was sending out and text messages I was getting back.
And just so we're all clear, there's blue messages.
Yeah, those are,
Who's the, if you know, who's sending the blue messages?
I am.
And there's actually a picture of you right next to the
Correct.
message. So that was programmed into a phone, presumably.
Yes.
And messages are to Alexis at the top.
Alexis's, yeah.
I have the as well, please.
ID G. G.
Did you try and contact Alexis again on Sunday morning?
I did.
Could you describe your level of concern at that point?
I was very concerned.
Overruled.
I was very concerned. I hadn't heard her voice and I asked her to call me so I can hear her voice. And I
Okay. And where was Darla Sunday morning?
She was with me at the time. I went to pick her up instead. I just wasn't.
Would it be unlike Alexis to leave her baby for 2 days?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, crosses in.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much.
Probably smart. What do you ask her? I'm glad she adopted the daughter, the granddaughter, now her daughter.
Attorney Green.
Your Honor, at this time, the call will call Margaret Turkelson.
Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you will give the court and jury in the case now on trial shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
In a loud and clear voice, as best you can you just introduce yourself to the jurors by name and spell your last name?
Yep, my name is Margaret Turkelson. It's Terkelsen.
Thank you. And are you currently employed?
Yes.
And in what capacity are you currently employed?
I work for the Animal Control Department at the City of Westfield.
All right. And now I'm going to ask you, I'm going to go back in time a little bit to 2019. Did you work for the town of Westfield in a different capacity at that time?
I did.
And what did you work at that time?
I was a dispatcher.
All right. And what are your general job responsibilities as a dispatcher?
Answering business line and emergency 911 calls that the public make.
Okay. And did you receive any training on how to be a 911 dispatcher?
Yeah, we receive training in person, and then we get sent out for certification. So we get certified to answer 911 calls.
And did you go through that process?
I did.
Okay.
Yep.
I want to direct your attention to January 13 of 2019. Were you working as a dispatcher that morning?
I was.
All right. And are you aware, just generally based on your job, are 911 calls recorded?
They are, yes.
And what's the first thing you usually say when somebody calls 911?
We explain that the line is recorded, and then we ask usually for the address of the emergency.
All right. And did you take a approximately 8-minute phone call that morning around 11 o'clock?
I did.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm just going to show you this CD. If you could just turn it over, look at the front and the back. Do you recognize any initials on the back of that?
Yes, my initials are on it.
All right. And what's the date that you wrote your initials on it?
March 12th of this year.
All right. And on March 12th of this year, did you have an opportunity to review this 8-minute phone call?
I did.
I'm going to play a short clip at first for you, man.
Are you going to offer that are you offering that?
I am. I just want the witness to be able to identify.
8 minutes seems like a long time for a 911.
So I'm just going to ask you to listen like the first 10, 15 seconds.
So long.
The partner, sorry with the address of your emergency.
92 Wood Street, second floor. Do you recognize anybody's voice in that call?
Yeah, my voice.
Okay. And you've recently reviewed this entire 8-minute call.
Yes.
Is this a fair and accurate duplicate of the actual call that you took on January 13th, 2019 at about 11 a.m.?
Yes.
And I would offer this at this time.
All right,
Objection.
without objection, it'll be exhibit 2.
With the court permission, I go that.
Yes. We'll exhibit, we'll play it.
For the record, exhibit 2.
And what the phone number you're calling from?
I don't know.
Okay. And what's going on today?
We know. I killed my girlfriend after I got the key out.
Okay. We're gonna go back to yours now.
Okay.
Okay, how old are you, sir? What do you mean by bleeding out, sir?
It's not on.
You cut your wrist?
Oh, yeah. That's so, that's probably what up.
Okay, are you feeling violent?
No,
Do you have weapons with you?
no, it needs no, that's all.
Where are you right now?
I'm in my bedroom, laying down, fine. Can't breathe.
Okay. Is this a suicide attempt?
Yeah,
Okay, and you're, is your bleeding serious?
yeah. Body lost a lot of blood.
Okay. All right. All right, I'm sending the paramedics to help you now. Stay in line. I'll tell you exactly what to do next. Okay. I'm gonna tell you how to stop the bleeding. Listen carefully to make sure we do it right, okay?
Okay, you start the clock, so.
Okay, well, we're just gonna do this though, okay?
Okay.
If you can get a clean, dry cloth or towel and place it right on the wound and press down firmly and don't lift it up to look.
Okay.
Okay, have you done that?
Yeah, I got it one kid.
Okay, all right. Is the bleeding controlled now?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, help along the way. From now on, don't have anything to eat or drink. It may give you sugar cause further problems. Don't move around.
Already vomiting, I control it.
Okay. Just grab the more comfortable position for you, okay?
Okay.
I'll stay on line with you as long as I can. If anything changes, just let me know and tell me when the paramedics get there. Okay. So are you still laying on bed?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, what's your name, sir?
Good.
What's your last name, Blake? Scanlon? Okay, Blake. Blake, what happened to your girlfriend?
The cop was cheating on me.
And how did you do that?
That's it.
You stabbed her? Is she there?
Yeah, she's been pissed and struck. It passed up the police.
So she's been there since Friday, she's been there since Friday?
Friday morning.
Have you told anyone about it?
No. I haven't had enough strength to finish training, so.
Okay, what's your girlfriend's name, Blake?
Alexis Avery.
Alexis Avery?
She was Jesus, and that's what he Jesus.
Okay. We're gonna get you home right now, Blake, they're on their way already, okay?
Okay.
Is the door unlocked, Blake?
No.
The door is not unlocked? Are you able to just get to the door and unlock it?
Sure.
Okay, I'm gonna stand behind you while you try to do that, okay? Alright. Just take your time to do it and just let me know when you're able to get there, okay?
Okay.
The door's unlocked, okay, you just rest and you just keep breathing for me, okay, Blake?
Okay.
You're doing a good job. We have people up there almost there. Okay? So, Nick, do you still have your wounds covered? You do still have it covered? Blake, are you still there? Blake? Can you hear me, Blake? Okay, do you still have your arms covered?
Yes.
You still putting pressure on your wounds? Blake, do you see anybody outside?
No.
No, you don't. You can't see anyone. And you said you're on the second floor?
They have to go to the back of the driveway.
They have to go to the back of the driveway? Okay. And you're on the second floor. Okay, we have people coming to you. You're on the couch still, Blake?
Yes.
Okay. Is the back door unlocked?
Yes.
Okay. You're doing great, Blake.
That'd be,
They're here? Okay.
that'd be a good story, Ronnie.
Are you coming soon now, Blake?
Yes.
Who's on team with you?
That won't be my fault. And even anyway. What else? That's not so. I can't even move. Is that the end of the recording?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any questions?
There you go.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Turles.
How was the call, Officer Bradley, Westfield Police Department?
Uncle Bradley.
Come on, law and crime.
You-
Joe.
Finish, you will give this court and jury the
It was a bad pause on. It was a bad freeze moment for law and crime for that
Fine,
woman.
if
for
you could just
sure.
in a loud and clear voice, introduce yourselves.
Uncle Fester lady. Oh my gosh.
Michael, Bradley, BRA.
And
You know, they have millions of dollars. You think they could afford to fix
Westfield.
32 years.
Officer at that time.
Yes, I was.
He can't answer, apparently, without causing them to freeze. Wow. Long, long, long.
Meadow Street.
I'm just glad it's not me this time. Because it's
A
you.
marked cruiser that day, southwest sector, car 18, single man cruiser.
And did you respond to that 92 White Street address?
Yes, I did.
Did it take you long to get there? Again, just in general.
Been a while. It wouldn't have taken very long because that's the south side of town. So
Did you activate your emergency equipment and go work directly to that location?
yes, sir.
And when you got to 92 White Street, who else was there from law enforcement, if you recall?
Officer Pellin and Officer Grady.
All right. So the three of you initially,
Yes, sir.
what did you do when you got to the residence?
We ended up going to the back of the house. I went up the back staircase. And when I got to the top of the stairs, I knocked on the door. I found the door ajar, knocked, announced that police. As the door opened up, I could hear a voice in the apartment say, "I'm here, I'm here."
All right. When you went into or got into the apartment, do you recall like what general area you entered into?
It was right off of the kitchen area and the back of the apartment.
As you entered into the apartment and went, did you have to go through the kitchen to get to the other location?
Yes,
Did you make any immediate observations in the kitchen?
yes. As I walked through the kitchen, on the floor, observed a female body laying on the floor face up, covered in blood, blood on the cabinets, blood on the floor. And observing her, you know, she was deceased and beyond care. I also observed a knife, a bloody knife on the counter in the kitchen.
After you made those observations, did you go towards the voice?
I did. And there was a drape covering the doorway. Pulled my service weapon, pulled the drape back, observed a male laying on a couch, asked the male to show me his hands, which he did. He complied. I entered into the back room, holstered my weapon, gloved up, came over to the male. He was still on a cell phone at the time, kind of cradling it between his neck and his shoulder. Took that from him, put it on the couch, and I looked at his wrists because that was the initial call, and he had some dried, bloody cuts to his wrists, and I asked him what had happened.
And what did he say, if anything?
He said that he had stabbed his girlfriend, Alexis.
Did he say when?
I believe he said Friday.
Okay. And just so we're clear, you're responding at what time?
This was Sunday morning,
At about 11?
11 o'clock. That was a day and change later.
That person that you encountered that morning, do you see him in this courtroom?
I do.
Could you point to him and describe the color shirt he's wearing?
Male party, brown hair, gray shirt.
Gentlemen, may the record reflect identification of the defendant.
Yes, he's pointing in that direction.
Did the male party identify himself to you?
He did.
And how did he do that? Did he tell you his name?
He did. He said his name was Blake Scanlon.
Did you ask him who the person in the kitchen was?
I did. And he told me that was his girlfriend, Alexis Avery.
Okay. May I approach the bench, Your Honor?
Yes.
I mean, what do you do at that point? You're screwed. You've done something really stupid. You tried to figure it out.
Can I see you both quickly on something?
And you couldn't. You did it to her, but you didn't finish it yourself. Oh, that's a horrible sound. Yeah, Gabby, you go ask your husband because we're women and we don't know. Oh, and it's our fault, right? Yeah. How do you sit there with that in your house for 2 days? There's no way out. There's no way out. Maybe. I don't know. It is why is it there? So Ronnie, I think I was reading something about there was like a geomagnetic flare storm or whatever over the weekend, and it was supposed to be really strong and like to bring the northern lights even way down to I think Texas maybe, but it happened during the day. So we weren't fortunate enough to even be able to see that. So, but I think it's messing with stuff. And yes, I will not be streaming April 8th because we are in the path of totality and they have already told us it's going to be awful. And don't leave your house. Don't probably try to use your phone or the internet because it's going to be overloaded. If it rains that day, I'm going to feel really bad for the people that are really trying to prepare and get stuff ready because everybody around this area has got something planned. I just plan to walk out my front door and be alone. And I plan to keep my dogs inside because apparently they said it could cause animals distress. I don't know. Hopefully they can manage for 4 minutes.
Yes.
You mentioned, Officer Bradley, that when you encountered Mr. Scanlon, you saw home.
Yes.
Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
And what do you recognize this item is?
Cell phone that Blake was speaking on at the time.
And you told him to put this down?
Yeah,
I took it from him
yesterday.
Where did you put it?
on the couch right next to us.
Did paramedics arrive at the residence as well?
They did.
Did they arrive shortly after you?
Shortly after, and once my scene was safe, I summoned them in to take care of Blake.
Okay. After the paramedics went in and did their thing, what was the rest of your role kind of at that moment?
Once they tended to him, they took him outside to the ambulance. Myself and Officer Pellin secured the apartment until state police was notified and showed up on scene.
When you say security department, you made sure that nobody came or went in?
Correct.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I have no more questions for Officer Bradley.
Just a couple here, officer. So when, just want to make sure we're very clear on some things. So when you came into the apartment that day, Mr. Scanlon did have wounds on his wrists, is that correct?
Yes.
And by the time you arrived, if they weren't actively bleeding anymore?
They didn't appear to be, no.
Okay. But you did bring the ambulance workers in once they arrived because it appeared he needed care, correct?
That was the initial call, yes.
And when you came in, he didn't get up from the couch in any way?
No.
And he certainly didn't threaten you or argue with you or become violent in any way?
No.
No further questions?
Anything further, Mr. Green?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, officer. Thank you.
Your Honor, the panel will call paramedic Ben Hogan.
Ben Hogan.
How is my granddaughter behaving this morning? Hopefully it doesn't cause a freezing out.
Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you will give this court during the case now on trial shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please take the witness stand.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
In a loud and clear voice, would you please introduce yourself to the jurors and spell your last name?
My name is Ben Hogan, Hogan.
How old are you, sir?
37.
What town do you live in?
I live in Southampton.
All right. And what do you do for a profession, sir?
Full-time firefighter paramedic for the city of Westfield.
All right. And how long have you been a firefighter paramedic in Westfield?
It'll be 9 years and about 2 weeks.
All right. Prior to being a paramedic in Westfield, do you have any other medical training or experience?
Yes, this summer will be my 20th year working pre-hospital emergency medicine. I was a combat medic for the Army for 4 years. Worked as a EMT and paramedic in the cities of Springfield and Holyoke, as well as in Virginia.
And just, you don't have to go into great detail, but just can you highlight the difference between the training an EMT receives and a paramedic, or what?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. So everyone's an EMT. An EMT basic goes to school for approximately 1 semester, 3 months. They don't do any clinical time, so they don't do any training in the hospital or in the field. Once they take their training, they go to state certification and they get certified, and then they learn all on the job. Whereas a paramedic, it's about a 1.5 to 2 year program. Half the time you're in a didactic section in a classroom, then you have to do several hundred hours in an emergency room. You're work in the operating room, deliver babies, and then you do field time. So then you work for 300 hours riding with a paramedic FTO.
Before you're
even certified.
And you went through all those steps?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention now to, did you receive a call on January 13th, 2019, shortly after 11 a.m.?
Yes.
All right, and where did you go as a result of that call?
I forget the exact address. I don't have the...
If I told you 92 White Street, does that sound familiar?
White Street, yeah.
And were you working alone, or was there somebody, did you have somebody with you in the ambulance?
We always have a partner. My partner that day was Lee Kazakowski, who was also a firefighter paramedic.
All right. And when you first got to 92 White Street, were there other law enforcement people present?
Yeah, PD was just showing up on scene as we pulled in.
What did you do when you got there? Did you wait for the police?
Yeah, initially we always wait if there's potentially anything dangerous on scene. We let the police department clear it prior to us going in scene.
Did they do that in this case?
Yes, they did.
And did at some point they tell you?
Yeah, scene is safe and we go in.
What'd you do?
Sorry. We went in the back staircase. PD was in the living time, and when we walked in, we saw a deceased body in the kitchen, and then our patient was in the back living room sitting on a couch with an officer with him.
Your focus, did you focus more on the person in the kitchen or the person on the couch?
Since we're a two-person team with training, we both split. My partner initially went to the deceased female in the kitchen, and I went to the back room to the other patient.
All right. And where was that patient located?
On a couch, sitting on a couch.
All right. Do you see that person in the courtroom here today?
Yes, sir.
Could you point to him and just describe our clothing he's wearing?
Right over there is a shirt and suit on.
Thank you.
Shirt, coat.
Your Honor, made the record reflect identification of the. Thank you. Did you make an initial assessment, a medical assessment?
Yeah, our initial call was for self-inflicted knife wounds or self-inflicted cuts. So we assessed the patient real quick, and then the bleeding was already self-controlled, self-clotted off, so we bandaged the wounds.
Okay. Did that person say anything to you while he was on the couch and you were looking at him?
Yeah, he kept profusely apologizing.
And could you describe in any more detail the lacerations that you observed?
They were more or less superficial horizontal cuts bilaterally on the wrists.
Okay. And you mentioned that was he actively bleeding?
No, there was no active bleeding when we were there.
What did you do after you made that initial assessment? Did you transport him somewhere?
Yeah, we moved him from upstairs, put him in the back of the ambulance. Sorry. We gave him IVs, put him on a cardiac monitor, administered IV fluid, and transported him to Noble.
Okay. Once you transport
to the hospital, we do a changeover, or just give the nurse and the doctor the report of the patient.
I know Chrissy doesn't mind the freezing.
And I know your primary focus wasn't the female in the kitchen, but did you see her, make observations of her?
Yes, after my partner, he went.
Just a very brief, high-level assessment of her in the kitchen.
There was
Chrissy'd call Viking
a
Cup.
present.
Did you or your partner even attempt life-saving measures?
No.
Okay. So fair to say, was she transported?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Just
Keep it up.
and when you came into the room and gave some treatment to Mr. Scanlon,
Yeah.
he didn't immediately get off the couch at that point in time, correct?
Correct. He stayed sitting there.
Okay. And it's fair to say he was physically weak at
They said in the openings his wounds were superficial.
Thoughts.
So
They appear to be stable.
My question was, did he appear to be physically weak at that?
I don't believe so. I don't recall.
Okay. But he wasn't getting up off the couch, correct?
There was a police officer keeping him there.
Okay. And he had wounds that obviously needed.
yeah, even the camera doesn't believe what you're
Now,
saying.
you did a quick assessment of Miss Avery in this case, is that correct?
Yes, after I tended to him.
And that she had clear signs. She was in a state of rigor mortis at that point in time.
Correct.
Sorry, I interrupted you.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Okay.
This is annoying.
In this matter, or contributed,
Oh my gosh.
For Mr. Scanlon.
and that it's
Really?
relative to Miss Avery's body. Is that fair?
I believe I wrote that.
And no, it's not me this time.
Rigor mortis, correct?
Them.
Yes.
And in your experience and training, that means that she'd been deceased for some.
Yep. He was not weak and calm.
So
because of
I
that loss of
can't speak
blood.
expertly on that.
Okay, but in your onset doesn't happen immediately.
Correct. Correct.
No further questions.
Nothing further.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hogan. You're all set.
Thank you.
The call Trooper Christopher, please.
Mr. Ford.
Carmen. Yes, this is lawn crimes pausing, not me. I really want to go see what people are saying over there, but I won't. I was thinking about it earlier. Like I said, they got all the money. Fix it. cream cheese crackers.
Thank you. Please take your stand.
Yummy. Bree.
Morning, Your Honor. Morning, counsel. Morning, jurors.
The heck?
I'm sorry, we just need to have something in my office.
I'll play it again on a break, Gabby.
Your Honor, that was all. All right.
I believe we're getting that.
Yeah, not a problem.
All right. Let's start off with just introducing yourself to the jurors, please.
Certainly. My name is Jason Cristofori. Last name is spelled Christofori.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm employed by the Massachusetts State Police, and I'm currently assigned to the Office of the Hamden District Attorney, State Police Detective Unit.
And how long have you been a trooper in total?
Approximately 8 years. About 6.
All right. Well, Carmen, that's at the very
Working as a detective in the role you're in now.
Certainly. So we are known as a homicide and major case unit. So our primary focus is homicide investigations, but we certainly provide support assistance for major violent crimes, missing and exploited children, property crimes, and so on.
So were you working on January 13th of 2019 in this same capacity as a detective in the State Police Detective Unit?
I was.
All right. And is part of your job or general job responsibilities to assist local agencies, law enforcement agencies with fatal investigations?
It is.
All right. And were you assigned a specific role in this investigation?
I was assigned to be the case officer as well as an evidence officer.
All right. Could you just briefly tell us what a case officer is?
Certainly. A case officer participates in managing the case, is in contact with the flow of information into a case, and helps with facilitating the direction of a case and preparing a case file for future litigation.
And what's the general role of an evidence officer?
Yep. So the role.
He is very, very serious. Not that this isn't serious. I just do wonder if he knows how to relax. Oh, well, there we go. Great job. Bree, Chrissy is in California, Orange County, where my mom and dad used to live in that county. Oh, well. We thought we were going to watch a trial today in law and crimes. It's like, no, our signal sucks.
Something so serious.
Okay. Law and crimes
When
happen.
you know that there's something so serious, do you then summons other people from the state police or the lab that assist?
We do, yes.
And did you do that in this case?
We did, yes.
Were you present while the scene was searched?
It was. I was present, yes.
And now at this point, let me just make sure they understand. At this point,
Hamilton, if you can skip all these stops.
Word is no longer on scene, correct?
Correct.
And is
I got it.
of a crime scene somewhat time consuming?
It is.
All right. And so you were present throughout that process?
I was.
All right. And as part of that process, are what they're called crime scene photographs taken?
Correct, they were.
All right. And were you present at the time these crime scene photographs were taken?
I was.
All right. And what's the purpose of the crime scene photographs, just in general?
Certainly. To document the scene as it presents. So crime scene photographers will do what's known as overall photographs of the scene. And then later, when items of apparent evidentiary value are identified, they're placarded, and then a more specific photograph is then captured.
witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm just going to do these in groups. There's 6 images. Just look through them briefly, tell me if you recognize what they are. If you do.
Yes, Counselor, I do recognize them.
And just in general, what are these depicting?
Those are photographs depicting the scene in Westfield, 92 White Street.
And are these photographs from the exterior vantage point or interior vantage point?
That would be the exterior vantage point.
Matt,
Yeah, I need to see him too. So why don't you show him to Attorney Elkins first?
Chrissy. Gross.
Just 1 through 6, Mr. Green, is that what you're doing?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
All right, so these will be the following next 6 exhibits.
It'll be exhibits 3 through 8.
3 through 8.
I could do everything but the first thing you listed, Chrissy. I can't stand that first thing. Yeah. I used to be able to eat it like with my son, and then I have not been able to eat it since. I've even tried. Pregnancy does weird things.
May I publish these, Your Honor?
Yes. You're going to publish them on the screen?
Yes, please.
Okay, let's publish them on the screen. Bill, did you take photos
I'll
right?
start off by showing you exhibit
Right,
number 5. Can you see that, sir?
I can, Counselor, thank you.
And just what is this generally depicting?
Yep, that's the cross street of East Bartlett and White Street.
Now I am displaying exhibit number 6, and again, just a general description of this area.
Sure, that is the street view front entrance of the address known as 92 White Street.
Trooper, this is exhibit 7. Can you just tell me what we're looking at here?
Certainly, that's the same image as previously depicted. However, it's a little bit closer, depicting the number 92 to the right doorway of 92 White Street.
Trooper, I'm showing you exhibit number 3. Can you tell me what's captioned in that particular photograph?
Yes, sir. So that is an exterior view taken from the rear of 92 White Street. In the foreground are 2 vehicles, and then a little bit further in the background is the rear exterior of 92 White Street.
Displaying exhibit number 8. Can you tell me what's depicted in that photograph, please, Trooper?
I can. So this is the parking area, driveway of 92 White Street, and 2 vehicles here are depicted.
All right. In the course of your investigation, identify those 2 vehicles?
I was.
And start with the one on the left, the silver car.
Sure. The one on the left is a BMW. It's a silver car that was identified as belonging to Mr. Scanlon. And right is a Chevy Cobalt that was identified as belonging to Miss Alexis Avery.
Right.
Say it.
As part of
Oh my gosh. Is that how you pronounce Chevy in Massachusetts? Oh, come on, long crime, get it together. Well, Hamilton says this stops further down the road here, which I totally read wrong. I thought she was skipping the stops. And then I had to reread it. Yeah, Bree's on a big chewy sweet tart kick, Gabby. I have a feeling my granddaughter's going to have a really bad sweet tooth. It just didn't sound like she said second.
And I'll just ask you a few brief questions about some of these, Trooper. This is Exhibit 9. You just tell me what's depicted there.
Yes, so the vantage point is a hallway that ascends to this door here. This door is the entry door to the second floor apartment.
Probably should have showed you 10 first. What is that a picture of?
Yep. That is a picture of the entryway into the apartment.
So that would lead up to?
Correct. Correct.
9, which is the door.
Very good. Yes, sir.
And then when you make entry into the apartment, I'm showing you Exhibit 11. Sorry.
Not a problem.
That one. Can you tell me just generally what this image depicts?
Certainly, as you just entered into the apartment, this is sort of the common area that combines with the kitchen and a small table for an eatery type table.
Yeah.
This is Exhibit 12, Trooper. Can you tell me what that depicts?
Certainly. So again, this is a continuance of that kitchen living space. To the right is that small table just previously mentioned. And the primary focus here is the back end of the stove with some paneling that is protruding and removed from the back end of the stove.
Now I'm showing you 13. Again, can you just tell me what's significant about this particular picture?
Sure. So what's most significant is that at the bottom of the backside of the stove here, the paneling that was just mentioned was removed for further analysis here. And our attention was drawn to the base of this stove, the pilot area, the gas intake line area of the stove.
And number 14, Trooper. What is that?
Right. So that's a small hallway behind where those previous images were depicting. And most notable here is the briefcase.
Briefcase, suitcase.
Suitcase. Yeah. Thank you. My apologies.
May we press your order?
Yep. Can I get the bill? I need the.
Thank you. It's like we just get it working and then they're like, mess it up again. Twizzlers are good. I know. That static that they put on. Is that his family, I wonder? Because I think her family, there's a lot more people on the other side behind the state. And it sucks for his family too. I mean, he's in trouble. Nobody wins in these situations. I can't answer that question because it changes all the time. I don't They don't think they make them anymore because it's like blue raspberry, but the original like 80s raspberry Jolly Ranchers were delicious. And Reese's are good if they're cold. Twizzlers was my go-to at the movie theaters, but we don't go to anymore because it costs a freaking fortune. And there's movies hardly ever worth it. It's pretty cool that you just still have a penny candy store. You know those suckers that are on the white stick and they're circular, like and they've got two colors on them, and they're so delicious, but they tear the crap out of your tongue and the roof of your mouth. Those are good. It's kind of like eating Captain Crunch, though. You just know it's gonna hurt, but it's worth it. Man, peanut butter Captain Crunch. I haven't had that forever. I'm hungry. Yes. Oh. Yeah, I haven't. We used to have a Ben Franklin store, a little town I was in, Nebraska. So you'd go between that and then there was another store called the Variety Center that had everything before there was, like a Walmart. And you'd go back and forth between those two to see who had the best candy and the cheapest. Generally, you just bought at both places.
Gentlemen, once you have a chance to look at it.
So they're general images moving towards the very specific area of the kitchen where the scene was highly relevant.
Are these fair and accurate copies of the crime scene that you observed that day?
They are.
I'd offer these in this floor, please.
Okay.
Make sure that I understand.
Exactly what we're doing. Yeah, hand them to Attorney Elkins, please, first.
Those are the best.
Thank you.
All right, subject to those objections, they'll be marked.
8, 15, 16, 17, and 18.
I need to have a discussion with the jury now about something. We're about to enter into an area where there are going to be photographs that are going to be marked into evidence. So when the photographs are introduced and when you view them in court and when you evaluate them during the course of your deliberations, you are to do so calmly, coolly, and without emotion, even though some may be considered unpleasant or graphic. You must not at any point allow sympathy or pity which might be occasioned by an exhibit to interfere with your sworn task of rationally considering all of the evidence. Consider these exhibits only as they may draw attention to a clinical medical status, to the nature of the injuries, the position of the body, the positioning of any entry or of any projectile, or at the color of any clothing. All right, but they are not to be considered by you now or at any point with any emotion. Okay.
Here, I'm showing you now, exhibit 15. Can you just take a quick look at that? Tell me what's depicted there.
Certainly. So the vantage point is standing in that common area. As we discussed, to the left is the kitchenette area. And then moving farther into the background is the entryway into like the television room.
Now displaying exhibit 16. Can you tell me what's depicted in this image, too?
I can. So predominantly our eye is drawn to the floor area. We see some red-brown staining. We see some other items, clothing, and belongings that are on the floor.
Showing you exhibit 17. What's depicted in this picture?
So this would be known as the kitchen sink, and most notable with respect to this, in terms of evidentiary-wise, is our attention is drawn to a pink knife on the sink area, on the wooden sink area.
And now depicting exhibit 18.
This is
what's depicted in that image.
I can. This is the deceased body of Miss Alexis Avery. We also see red-brown staining, and we see soiled linens as well.
Want to be seen? You want to be seen?
Yes, please, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
So the judge is just sitting there saying that you can't show any emotion. Think about the photos that they saw on Shonda or the Ruiz trial. How hard would that be to sit there and not show any emotion looking at those kids? It would be difficult enough doing it with an adult. But I can't, they'd be almost impossible to see images of children in some of the positions that we especially heard in the last one. I'm with you, Gabby. I go to Walmart in my town, but it's a small one, and then we go to a local grocery store.
This one image. Please tell me if you recognize what that is.
I do. I recognize that.
What is that?
That is a pink Cuisinart knife that was found on the counter area of the kitchen sink.
May I offer this as a nice exhibit?
Yes. 19. 19.
Objection is previously noted.
All right, overruled.
Regarding displaying exhibit 19. Can you tell me what's depicted in this image?
I can, sir. That would be the pink Cuisinart knife that I just previously mentioned. Again, it's on the counter area of that sink that was in the kitchen.
And were you also the evidence officer in this case?
I was.
Did you collect certain items of evidence?
I collected two items personally, but I cataloged and logged the items that were collected in its totality.
Can we take exhibit 19 down, Mr. Green, please?
Oh, sorry.
Yes. Reapproach.
Can you just please tell me Open that and just look inside yourself. Let me know if you recognize what that item is.
I do.
And what do you recognize that item is?
That is the same item that I just previously spoke about that was on the screen. It's the pink Cuisinart knife.
All right. And this was collected as evidence at the scene?
Correct.
Pamela, I was the evidence officer?
Also correct, sir.
And so this is the item that we were just discussing?
Correct.
I will offer this as Pamela's.
20 without objection.
Can we approach your honor?
Yes.
They said that she had nothing left in her heart, and he got her main in the neck, her main jugular. So I would say that it was quite messy. So we used to have 3 drive-ins. I don't know if the other one, there's one like 5 minutes from my house, and then there's another one that's like on our way to Indianapolis, and then there's another one that's south of us. I'm not sure if that one was really cool. We used to go there a lot because it was all grass, where these other ones aren't. They're like gravel, but so you could sit outside, and it was nice. But yeah, drive-ins are cool. I just always too tired to stay for the late one. Yes, Gabby, I hope going to the drive-in is not like that for Ronnie. Oh, her mom. So yeah, look at all the people there for her. I'd say that's his mom is there somewhere in that row. I don't know if it's this woman down here by the lady with the bun or the woman down by the man. I didn't get to go much when I was little. We had a drive-in, but it probably closed when I was pretty young. But then the one around here, then we just went when we were in high school and could drive ourselves. No, they took her off, Chrissy, they took her off the witness list, so she's in there. They're not gonna call her as a witness, so she was allowed to stay. And then the other mom already testified, so she's allowed to stay. I saw somebody comment that he had done that and when I was kind of listening to this morning in the law and crime chat, I saw somebody say something about mention that, but then nothing else was ever said. I wasn't looking at the chat because I was busy, but I did see that mentioned. Yeah. Yeah, Bon, I'm with you. Like I said, there's no winners here because they're going to lose their son. They've already lost their daughter.
Thank you. I'm going to show you 2 images. Just tell me if you recognize them. If you do.
I do.
What are those images?
Those are 2 images of the deceased body of Miss Alexis Avery.
And are they a fair and accurate representation of the way she was found on the original floor?
They are.
How long? These as the next two.
Over objection.
As previously noted, Your Honor.
Yes, as previously noted, the objection is overruled. They'll be admitted in the next two exhibits.
21 and 22.
Two run over to display number 20. Actually, I'll start with 20.
22, you said?
Yes.
22.
Trooper, what's depicted in image or exhibit number 22?
Certainly, this is a closer image. Miss Avery's presenting in the kitchen. She is supine on the floor. Next to her would be some bed linens, a pillow, also what appears to be some trash. She's observed wearing dark-colored pants and a pink-colored outer garment.
And Trooper 21, just tell me what's depicted in that image.
This is a close-up image of the abdominal area of Miss Avery.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right.
Was he
So we're
sleeping
going to take a
by
brief
her?
5-minute timeout, okay? We're going to suspend for 5 minutes. We'll be on a break. Keep my instructions pretty firmly in mind that I've given you at the end of the day. And we'll see you in about 5 minutes to resume, and we'll break at 1 or maybe shortly before 1 o'clock. All right? Leave your notebooks in the chairs. See you in a few minutes.
Your notebooks on the chairs.
Did you guys catch that? A sheet and a pillow next to her. I can't imagine sitting there and looking at that. It did sound like they said that he did that. Are they taking him out? All right, we're getting a real break. Yeah, it sounded like that's what was happening, that he slept next to her. Gross. And and the other thing about, I'm not defending him at all. I do, like I said, I just feel bad for her. I feel horrible for her family. I wonder if his family is getting to see their granddaughter. I mean, how the mom has her, they've adopted her. How would you even, you'd never want to let her go. Like, okay, you can come visit her at my house when I'm with you, I guess. Maybe. He's missing. Yes. Did it nicely, Ronnie. It's definitely full on her side. I know, but how could you do it? It'd be hard, Vaughn. Yeah, I mean, how you could never let her go. But it is, at the end of the day, their granddaughter. Yeah, she said that her mom said they adopted her. I assume then she would get to decide if they see her or not.
You can proceed with the examination of Trooper Christopher. Okay.
Good grief. Did they not ever have any pretrial motions and hearings? And take care of this already? Just think Judge Boyd would have been like, it's done. That's it. We've already discussed it. That's it. Well, you know what, Bon? That's good. because the people outside of him aren't involved. They didn't do it. So, that's good if they can do it. It would be just really hard. Oh yeah, this trial. It would have been over. Yep, she would have moved it right along. I was watching a little bit of her yell at somebody well, not yell, but just correct somebody this morning. It was funny. And I also watched her compliment somebody. One person was dressed properly for court and she acknowledged it, and the other person was late. And she also acknowledged that. And it was funny. Like, why in the world would you be late to Judge Boyd? No. Yes. Yes, perfect. Very enthusiastically. Oh, and she had a new purse. A little flowery today. And still flowers back there.
I'm going to show you 7 images. Just take a moment and look through them, please. Do you recognize those images?
I do.
Those are very accurate representations of other areas in the apartment that morning.
They are.
Thank you.
Well,
That also reaches the next 7.
With the objection as noted, looks like it's
23 through 29.
Looks like it's 26 through 30 on ID.
Okay.
B for ID.
True.
I'm sorry, B.
B.
Or they may not know what to do or how to handle having a relationship at this point. Maybe when everything's over. I have no idea what their status is. It might be fine. Oh. We were talking about Judge Boyd and how she runs her courtroom. Very efficient. Yep. I agree. It may take a while.
Jim, we have a display for you marked as exhibit number 23. Can you just tell me what's generally depicted in that image?
Sure. So this is the floor area of where the table had been. And what's most notable here are the belongings that we're looking at here, the U-Haul box. And of course, we see some...
Overruled. Ask another question, Mr. Green.
That's fine. Sure, we don't have to describe everything in the photograph, but what if you know, where does this area lead into?
Yes, I do know. So we also see the carpeted area. There's red-brown stains leading into the footstep there, a wooden footstep also presenting with red-brown stains. And then beyond that would be the television room. Yep.
Now showing you exhibit 24. Can you tell me what we're looking at in that image?
I can. This is the television room. We have a sofa, a small table. That's what's depicted there.
Showing you exhibit 25. Can you tell me what's depicted generally in this image?
I can. So again, we're seeing here the sofa area, and we see a pillow. Next to the pillow, we see a cord and a cell phone.
Exhibit number 26. Can you tell me what's depicted there? Up close more.
Certainly, this is a closer examination of the pillow region. We see a part of the sofa here that has red-brown staining. We see that same pillow. We see a cord and a cell phone.
All right, Trooper, this is exhibit 27. Can you tell me what we're looking at there?
Sure. So we're back in the kitchen common area again, and we're looking at the backside of the stove.
Showing you 28. Can you tell me what we're looking at there?
Sure. So that's a closer image of the base of the stove, and that's the gas intake area of the stove.
And exhibit 29. Can you tell me what we're looking at there?
It's a closer up image. What we do see here is what appears to be a rolled.
And Your Honor?
It's a closer up image, sustained.
A closer up image
Of what we just spoke about moments ago, the gas intake area, correct?
And again, I'm not going to
Sure.
ask you questions about that, but I will ask you this one question. When you were present on scene, did you make any initial observations of any smells or odors when you came?
We did. So upon executing the search warrant, making entry to do our analysis, collectively the investigators were drawn to a noxious odor consistent with the smell of gas. We determined the scene was needed to be safe, so we exited and called in additional resources to make the scene safe.
And additional resources, who do you mean by that?
Fire department, and it was a member of the gas company as well.
Okay.
You're welcome.
May we approach you?
Yep.
Oh my God. I don't think I've ever seen
The defense object to crime scene photos. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. It's just not something you see all the time. It is what it is. But I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know their reasoning. But it's kind of getting annoying because you think they would have just done this already. And Ronnie, I was wondering what fave yoga was. I was trying to figure it out. But yeah, this is odd for me to hear. I don't know, maybe you guys have, but I've never heard anybody just object to the crime scene stuff. Is that the reason? They don't know. Poor Massachusetts. It's getting a bad rap. I think New Hampshire, though, is kind of becoming the new weird place. Seems to be lots of stuff happening there. Wasn't it the Bell McNabb trial that the camera? This one moves faster. That just had one camera that moved super slow. You worked hard. You guys put the time in. Is that why you guys let New Kids on the Block come out? Just kidding. I love them. I actually went to see them in concert with a friend of mine because she was in love with them. Babe yoga. Babe yoga. This guy is just serious. Look at his face. Yes. Like, if you show an entrance here and you show a close up of it, what's the problem? It is what it is. This is what happened. You can't change it. Hamilton for the win. Gross. Gross. Hamilton. No, that guy. Yes, he is. I guess. I'm scared to say yes. But yeah, it's not paused. It's not frozen. It's actually gotten better. But man, he'd be like, where you want to go to dinner? I don't know. Figure it out. Really, Chrissy? New York and California just eating legs? Yes. Oh. What is wrong with this country? Don't answer that. There's a long list. My gosh. Oh my gosh. I I don't watch any news or anything, and then we were out with uh Super Sun and Bree last night, and I saw in the news there was a terror attack. Like there was a terror attack? Like it was no idea.
Well,
I
just
was
look through
I
those
not
and, come in when you want. Okay.
And could you just tell me what's generally depicted in those images?
Certainly. So generally depicted here is a close-up, a series of close-up photographs of items of apparent evidentiary value.
And are they signified with any sort of markers?
They are. They're signified with a placard, evidence marker, and it's a numeric placard.
Is that fairly common?
It is.
Yeah, all right. Move to off the basis of the next slide.
I just see those to make sure, subject to those objections, which are
You're not
overruled.
just look at them, Judge.
The next 5, yes.
30 and 34.
Go visit Ted Boyd. Take some classes on efficiency.
Where's H? Said one.
I know, like, I
What are they doing up there?
Just a couple of questions about these exhibits.
Sure.
Exhibit 30, can you tell me what's depicted in Exhibit 30?
Yes, we have Ms. Avery on the floor. We have some linen, and we have some placards that are indicative of identifying items of apparent evidentiary value.
Just for the record, H for ID is excluded. Go ahead, Mr. Green.
What are the numbers on the placards, if you can tell?
Yep, so those are item numbers that are used to catalog and organize the items that are collected. So we see numbers 7, 8, and 9 respectively.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Exhibit 31, displaying that now. What is the significance of this particular image?
Sure, so placard number 8 is depicting the area of linen here, but most notably the item that is in green.
And now showing you 34, can you tell me what that depicts?
Yes, and so that, again, is item number 8 from a different angle here, and that is a large green Cuisinart knife.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 33. Can you tell me what's depicted in that image?
Yep, so this is a green Cuisinart sheath, and it has a number 14 placard next to it.
And Exhibit 32, what's the significance of that 9 placard?
Yep, number 9 placard is depicting the pink previously mentioned Cuisinart knife.
Maybe report just briefly, please, John.
Yep.
This trial's going to drive me nuts. I don't get it.
Recognize it if you do.
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
Set of keys.
And just so we're clear, where generally was that located?
Sure. So that's on the floor area just above Miss Avery's head. You're welcome.
Is that a very accurate representation of the keys?
It is.
Over objection, maybe mark the next exhibit.
35.
As the evidence officer, did you also collect some items?
I did.
I'm not sure these
Yeah.
Dang, he frowns a lot.
Here, I'm showing you key for items. Just take a look at that item.
Okay. Absolutely. Part of it.
You recognize that item?
I do.
What is that?
That is a cell phone. It's an iPhone with a slightly pink-colored sparkly case. That was identified throughout the course of the investigation as belonging to Ms. Avery.
And did you seize that item?
I did.
And where did you seize it from?
That was from the sofa region of the couch that was depicted in the television room. You're welcome.
Then I moved off of this as an exhibit at this time.
All right.
No objection.
All right, maybe mark without objection as 36, right? Mr. Walsh, 36?
36.
Trooper, I'm showing you what previously marked F for identification.
Got it. Small.
No, my hand up.
Okay. Forgive me.
You recognize what's contained in that envelope?
I do.
And what do you recognize at the end of it?
These are keys and a key fob, more specifically. These are the ones that we just spoke about a moment ago that are depicted in the photograph that were found near the head region of Miss Avery.
Thank you. I move to offer these as the next exhibit, Your Honor, from my notification.
No objection.
F for ID, it'll be 37.
Trooper, I'm going to hand you this evidence box. If you can just look inside of it, please. Let me know if you recognize that item.
I do.
What do you recognize that item to be?
That is a green Cuisinart knife.
Is it the same knife that we were just discussing in the photographs?
It is. Yep.
And that was collected and tagged as evidence by you, the evidence officer?
Correct.
And then this mark, please, Your Honor, for the next exhibit.
No objection.
All right, without objection, 38.
38.
Counselor, just a point of clarification, I apologize. That was documented on my ledger, but the item specifically in terms of collection, I believe was the State Police Crime Lab member technician.
You were there when it was collected?
Correct.
With the court's permission, I ask that these two items be published briefly to the jurors.
Not right now. All right. Go ahead. Publishing means hand them around the jury box?
Here's what the trooper.
Oh, you want to hold them up? Oh, all right. We can hold them up. Thank you.
The wrong word.
Go ahead.
I'm showing you exhibit 20. If you can take out what is contained in exhibit 20, and just hold it up for the jurors to be able to see. And so this is exhibit 20. Could you just take that out?
Sure.
have a moment?
Of course.
He's like, where's the trash can? Never mind.
Just a couple of more general questions. Are you familiar with the term canvas?
I am,
What is that? Just, is that fancy cop talk for something?
certainly. So canvas is a term we use for a video and or witness canvas, an attempt to identify additional evidence, and also an attempt to identify individuals in and around a scene to question them as to whether or not they heard something or saw something.
Do you know if a canvas was attempted in this particular situation?
It was.
Was there anything of significance developed during the canvas?
Rephrase that question. Succinct.
Are you familiar if a canvas was done?
I am familiar.
As a result of that canvas, did you need to follow up with any other aspects of the investigation?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, that's overruled. Yes or no?
Yes, we conducted a canvas, and by we, the collective police investigators. Nothing was gleaned other than.
Your Honor.
Sustained. Next question.
That's fine.
Go ahead, Mr. Green.
I believe that is all the questions I have. Thank you very much, Trooper.
You're welcome. Cross.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
I want $1 for every time they approach. I will be a gazillionaire by the end of this trial. And he's married. Do you suppose he went to his wife? He's like, hey, you gonna marry me? She's like, yes. All right. He's very just, if he's asking you a question, you probably just are just hoping you know the answer. Not fast enough is the answer. He's like, oh, I'm ready. I hear you guys out there. I'm coming for you. I'll get Gabby first.
So we're going to break early for our lunch hour and resume at 2 o'clock. So there's instructions that I gave you Wednesday, and I want to talk them over with you now. They are, first, keep an open mind. We've only heard some of the evidence in this case, and you're not to form any judgment as to any aspect of this case. Keep your open mind throughout the entirety of this particular case. The last witness, the last piece of evidence is just as important as any other piece of evidence in this case. As you all know, you're to decide this case based upon only the evidence here in the courtroom. That means that during the course of the trial, don't do any searches of any kind on the internet, websites, blogs, or use any other electronic tools to obtain any information about this case, conduct any legal research, or do anything else to help you decide the case. Don't try to find information from any source outside this particular courtroom or have anybody do that for you. Remember, as judges, you're not investigators of this case. You're fact finders and fact judges in this particular case. Don't post or discuss this case in any social media forum or website. Don't discuss the case with anybody, including among yourselves. Sometimes jurors pair off in certain groups and go off to lunch. The only thing you have in common is this case, but don't discuss it. You're free to talk about anything you'd like other than this particular case. Avoid people that you see involved in the trial in the hallways. I'm sure the court officers will show you the stairwell to get out, but unfortunately there's only one way into the building and everybody uses this. and just avoid those particular folks. I'd also remind you, as you've probably seen, there's been some media coverage of this particular case and photographers that come in during the course of the case. Just because a photographer here or the media is covering this particular case, don't give it any greater or lesser emphasis than you otherwise might, or that particular witness any greater or lesser emphasis if they happen to be here and photographed. And again, I remind you that your prohibition, the court order prohibiting you from seeking any information about this case specifically includes trying to seek any aspect of any media coverage about this case. Finding out or looking at that or having somebody else look at it and talk to you about it would be completely improper and would cause a big problem for this particular trial. So I know and trust that you've been abiding by my instructions and you're ordered to follow those instructions during the lunch hour and every evening when we break. Enjoy the lunch period. We'll see you at 2 o'clock to continue.
That woman is a mess.
So we'll finish up with Trooper Christofori. We will get the last witness of the day completed before we leave for the day. And if we break early, we break early. If we have to go a little after 4, that's what we'll do. All right?
Thank you.
All right, so we'll see you at 2 o'clock. Take care.
All right. About a half an hour.
We still have a half an hour. So, are they just, because she pled guilty, right? They both pled guilty. So, is there anybody else that's going to get in trouble in the Frankie case? Or Frank, whatever? Because I saw something, I didn't watch it, with her husband saying something not nice about her, which I don't blame him. But I thought her and the other woman involved, I thought they both pled guilty. But I don't know. Yeah, I have not. I listened to one of her victims, niece, maybe, and she was bad enough, and I didn't even hear all her stuff. Well, that'd be why he called her Satan. It just, like, they keep coming out with stuff, which I get. It's bad. I just wondered if they were looking for something in particular. Oh, yeah, it would piss people off for sure. I do that all the time, Vaughn. Yeah, I wasn't sure if their sentencing had been set yet. I assume I don't know what I assume they're facing life. I mean, with that sort of thing. All right. So for those of you that were not here earlier, And if you were here, sorry. It's funny because it makes me laugh. This is our friend and pal, Gabby, yelling at turkeys.
Crazy fucking turkey. Don't gobble at me, you bastards.
Gabby, that will never get old. Never get old. In fact, the next time I have turkeys running down the road in front of me, I'm gonna pull that up and just play it out my window. Yes. Oh, yes. Sorry. Sorry to not I know. Yes, they need to be locked up for life. But yes, then there's sentencing things. But yes. Yeah. So now that y'all know what Gabby sounds like when she puts up one of her accidental talk to text, and it's so funny. Stop. Well, because it's I I always put a little bit of a New England accent on you, but I didn't put that much. So, my goodness, it's so funny. You bastards. Ah. I was not when you said that, I was not expecting. I wasn't expecting it. But it's yeah, you did. You did. You said it. I just didn't put that much on there. And then I was a little low on the amount of accent. Oh, yeah, yeah. The redhead. I love that show. I love Abbott Elementary because that's correct. I would laugh at it, and I did, and I still am. Because I always just pictured you in the city. I didn't know that you I don't know where that is, obviously, but it looks a little rural. So I always just like, how's she seeing turkeys in the city? Does she know what a turkey is? And and you did. And because you were seeing turkeys. I don't blame you. I would too. I would not live in the city. I have a friend that his brother lives in Boston and he talks about moving there all the time. And I said, why? Why do you want to do that? And he tells me why. And I'm just like, nope. But don't ask me why because I can't remember. And I just say, nope, I need space. I gotta have some space around me and in between me and my next door neighbor. My mom and dad's house was so close together with their neighbors in California. Like, if you're in the bathroom and you run out of toilet paper, do you just knock on the window next door and ask for a square? Like, it's so close. I can't do this. Just I did not grow up that way. I used to think I wanted to move to the city because there's stuff to do there, like penny candy stores. Yes, I have heard of her. And you and you hope they throw a roll at you and you catch it. Uh, isn't Jose, uh, Baez representing her? The Casey Anthony attorney? Well, yes. So, we used to go to Indianapolis all the time because we loved it, but it's a little shooty up there now, so I don't my husband's like, "Let's go." I'm like, "Nope." And every time there's a little incident downtown, I'm like, "Look, aren't you glad we didn't go? We may not have made it home." Yes, and my parents' neighborhood was like that. It was just very every 3rd house was the same as theirs, and the other 2 had just little minor differences. That's the only way to describe it because that's what's happening. So, like, nope. Yeah, I agree, Hamilton, she's not that smart, but if old, Jose is representing her. Oh, well, I somebody said he was representing somebody out there. Is he on her is he on her team of attorneys? I was like, 'cause if he's out there, he's very smart. Because she obviously is not. All right. I've lost my cursor. Is that even got a starting date on it? Because I would see stuff about it all the time, and then it kind of just went away. And I know these things take a long time to get them to court generally, especially a trial like that. Yeah, I don't know what these people are thinking. They're not. I watched a show that was about I can't remember her first name, the Sharilla, the driver that went 100 miles an hour into the brick wall and unalived her boyfriend and the friend. I always knew that that was a messed up thing, but I didn't realize how messed up she was. And I don't understand that either. So, you've got her doing that. You've got when we did the Martise Fuller trial, he was trying to tamper with the jury. And then this guy here was supposedly trying to off some witnesses. I don't get it. I don't get it. Yeah, it seems that way. But her parents were so enabling her behavior. Oh my. She has to know people just aren't buying what she's selling anymore. Hey, Roseanne. How are you? I hope everything is well and you've gotten everything figured out. Happy to have you back. We are just passing time. About said something else until 2:00 when this comes back. So April 5th, we have Jesse Kraszewski, and that one is at 10. So I'll start earlier that day so we can get that covered. I don't think there's going to be any surprises there. Only the surprise would be is if this public defender wanted out too, because so she lost her attorneys that she had at trial, and then the next one, she lost them, and then she's got this one, and I think she had some before she had the ones at trial. So I don't know. She's like not as bad as Sarah Boone, but she's approaching it. Yes. So I had seen the video. I did not watch that trial, and her activities on social media before and after were horrible. And then letting her live with the guy who was 20, she was 17, she's still in high school. And they're like, it's okay. Because the prosecutor was saying that her mom was liking her post that she would put up. And what I watched, her mom was not arrested. Whoops. I was like, okay, yes, don't need any body parts. And we'll see when you get back. We'll be right here waiting. I don't think her mom was arrested, at least on the show that I was watching. They didn't mention anything about it. Well, Hamilton, other than Jesse's sentencing, I don't know what we'll be doing. It might still be this horrible trial. But so I don't know if anybody watched that Shirella trial or not. I was curious if they showed her actions on social media. I know you are, Hamilton. That's funny though. And the girl was not any bigger around than my arm. Teeny tiny. But when they showed her walking into trial, sorry. Oh my goodness. But when they showed her walking into trial, she had like this bandage that either looked like she took a sheet or a shirt and ripped it up and tried to wrap it around her arm, because it was not any type of bandage that a nurse or a doctor or anyone with medical experience would apply to anyone. I don't know what it was for. I don't know what she was trying to do, but it was ridiculous. But her face, because she did not think that was a big deal at all, what she did. I don't get that either. Like, you took two people's lives and you think you're just going to walk out of here. And your mom is just as bad. And when they started sentencing her and the judge you could clearly see wasn't giving her anything. Her face was like, oh, didn't feel sorry for you. I don't feel sorry for you. And did you see uh the language the language I keep using air quotes here, sorry, that her and her mom had together that was nothing, but they understood it. She said it in a hospital. It was so weird. It was so weird, and we were talking to, us we were talking about it last night at dinner with my son and Bree, and he was talking about his ex-girlfriend, and her sister had the same thing, and he said, "I just thought they were messing with me," but they knew, and because he said she said something, and she ordered food for her, and it was exactly what she wanted. He's like, "It was so weird." And I kept asking them to say it, like, "Say it slower." He's like, "I never could figure it out, the pattern." But that was very weird when she told her mom, like, "Can I say I had a seizure?" Like, they're gonna be able to tell. I don't know. That was messed up. And the poor officers, you could tell when they were finding the people in the car, it was hard on them too. They were upset. I don't know. I don't know how you could ever justify doing that. And, you get people that there was, I can't remember her first name, Sharilla, the teenager that ran her car at 100 miles an hour, I think into a school or library or something. It was a brick building, and unalived her boyfriend and then a friend that was in the back seat, and she's fine, but she went to prison, and she deserved it, and she didn't think she was going to prison. Yeah, we did talk about that, Roseanne. Um, Also, Roseanne, you probably have seen by now, but um, I assume you saw that Chad Dorman's confession got thrown out. Welcome back, Adair. There's We have not really been bantering much. We've been just getting annoyed, or at least I have, with all the sidebars at the court in the court. Yeah, Chrissy, I didn't watch that trial. Um, I would just watch the show on it. They talked about everything that she did. I thought about going to look for it, but I know most of you guys have seen it. But if you just watch the video of her driving and the noise, how fast she is going down the road, it is so loud. That car is like a missile. Um, I can't think of her first name, Stormy. It's Sharilla, the teenager in Ohio who ran her car into the building on purpose at 100 miles an hour. But her social media stuff didn't help her at all. Oh, no. She was an enabler for sure. I think she thought her daughter was going to be like an Instagram star. If you want my honest opinion, I think she thought that she was just going to be some big deal, like maybe the next Cash Me Outside girl, whatever. I don't understand that woman's popularity either, but hey, whatever. To each their own. She's very popular and very rich. So good for her. Still can't understand what she says, but whatever. But anyway, what I was saying is these trials, um, when somebody is not here anymore and somebody is still here and they talk about the other person in some, not all these cases, but in bad, like just it was like a self-defense case or something like that, about how that person, if they get off or something, how they're just going on with their life. I just don't think that's the case at all. I think they probably are messed up and they're not just going about their life. She, on the other hand, Miss Shirla, she would get out and just go about her life because she did. Oh yeah, the judge cut her off what we saw, and was like, "I don't hear anything about the victims." And mom's like, "Well, and she's like, "Yeah, that's enough. I don't need to hear from you at all." It was, I don't know if it was in the trial or not because I didn't watch that, but she was in the hospital and they were interviewing her. It's audio. It was just audio, and she was talking to her mom. How they figured out what she said, I don't know. I believe that, Hamilton. Absolutely. Our attention spans are getting shorter thanks to, sorry if you're on TikTok, but thanks to things like that where they're just little things that our attention span sucks. And we want everything now. We don't have any idea what it is to wait. Yeah, well, yes. Oh, I know she's out, but she better not be that. No, don't say that, Roseanne. Actually, I didn't think she got out till May. I didn't think she was getting out till the 1st of May. But I do know she got parole. I did that. I covered her hearing, but there was lots of things that were going on that day during stream, so I just made it private, just took it down. Just so, because it was just connection-wise was worse than Law and Crime today. So I just took it down. But yeah, I did do her parole hearing. I thought it was sad they didn't allow, Harmony's mom to speak at her parole hearing, even though I have very mixed emotions about her. Oh, we're coming back. I think get some lights. Where'd Gabby go? Ran away. Maybe she fell over from her sugar coma. She ate too much candy. Oh, you guys know what that means when you stare at the ceiling. No, it was not. Um, they compared it to Pig Latin, but it wasn't. It was their own thing. What did I watch that on? I think I watched it was on A&E, maybe might have been Killer Cases, maybe, um, which I there's only one of those episodes of which I haven't watched, and that's Zachariah Anderson's because I know people that did watch it, and they are very invested in that and was calling out Law and Crime for leaving out a bunch of stuff. So I won't watch that one. But so I watch it with like a little bit of, okay, are you telling me the truth? I just don't think there was much to lie about in that situation. She's not nice. I had her where her boyfriend had recorded her on the phone because he wouldn't let her in their house. I'm like, "Go home, little girl, you're 17." And she was trying to break in and threatening to call the police, and it was not a good situation. She he should have put her out, told her to go home, and never talk to her again. But it was interesting. Even my husband watched it, and he never watches that stuff. I was like, I said, when I first started watching it, I said, I heard the video come on. I said, "Oh, you've got to watch this video because this is crazy what this girl does." And then he ended up watching all of it, and then he was not saying nice things. Well, it's 2:02. Your buzzer.
For the second session, please be seated.
Okay, back on the record, Your Honor.
Yes.
Actually, I retract that. We can proceed.
Okay. If there's nothing else, we'll bring the jury out.
That deputy just come out from behind the bookcase.
Oh, the trooper can take the stand if he's here.
He is.
Okey-dokey.
Before I forget, what's the lineup for tomorrow, Mr. Green?
Tomorrow,
I know your head's in a different spot right now, but
yeah, no, that's fine. Remaining civilian witnesses, I believe we'll probably start one this afternoon. We may not get through all of them. Another civilian witness, and then one more state police trooper. And then I'm gonna probably have my lab people lined up for the afternoon. It's just, we're going so quickly that the ME is not available until Wednesday, but he could be here Wednesday, first witness.
Okay.
I may rest.
okay.
Wow. So he may rest Wednesday. This could be a quick trial. I wonder what their plan is. But there won't be court Friday.
Back, members of the jury. Has any member of the jury had any difficulty whatsoever adhering strictly to my instructions that I gave you before we broke? Seeing no affirmative response, does any member of the jury know of anybody on the jury who has had any difficulty following any of my instructions throughout this trial? See no affirmative response. So we'll continue now, and I believe it's the cross of Trooper Cristofori. All right, go ahead, counsel.
Actually, don't have very much for you this afternoon.
Not a problem, counsel.
First of all, may I approach your honor?
Yes. Free approach.
Do you recognize where these photos depict?
Not specifically.
Well, let me ask you this.
Sure.
As part of the investigation of this, photos were taken of the apartment there, right?
Yes.
And you didn't personally take all of the photos and videos,
No, I didn't.
but you were in the apartment and you
Great.
recognized the inside of that apartment.
I do.
Does this appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the bedroom in that apartment?
I don't specifically, counsel, ever recall going into the bedroom. These appear to be overalls, and that would have been done by a different crime scene trooper.
Okay, so as part of your investigation, you did not go into the.
I don't specifically remember going into this bedroom.
Let me ask you this.
Sure.
Is that a picture of the closet in the bedroom that you recall?
I don't specifically remember going into this area.
Okay, so it was your testimony that this was a small.
Yeah, sure.
Want those marked for ID? Sure.
I and J.
Let me ask you this, who took those photos?
Retired Trooper Christopher Dolan and now Lieutenant Sharon Marr. They both did the processing of the overalls.
Okay, did you review the photos and?
I did.
And you wrote a report that was the lead case officer?
I did, yes. Yep.
Okay, and so as part of that, did you review all of the photos?
And not every single one of them. I think there was like 700 or 800, if I'm not mistaken.
So as lead case officer, this apartment is quite small, right?
It is.
Not more than the 800 square feet or so,
I wouldn't know that, Counselor. I'm sorry.
but, you know, 2 small bedrooms and a
Yeah.
small living area?
Correct.
Okay. And so your testimony is that you did not go into the entire apartment as part of talking the lead case investigator?
My testimony is that I don't recall going specifically into the bedrooms. I remember being in the kitchen, the common area, and the sofa area primarily.
Okay, so now you have no recollection of one of the bedrooms in the small apartment?
Not specifically.
Okay. Come back to that.
Just need those, right? Yeah.
I don't think you're going to trip him up, Counselor.
Because we just need those if you're not going to use them with this witness. Thank you.
Way too serious about stuff.
Can I see those again, Bill?
I just want to briefly touch on, you testified earlier that at some point there was a smell of gas.
Yes.
And that was when you executed the search warrant, is that correct?
When we were making entry, correct.
Okay, so it wasn't, you weren't there upon the first entry of officers on the scene?
No, yeah, we were called after.
Okay. And in fact, you did not go there to execute the search warrant until about 5:45 on Sunday evening?
Correct.
Okay. And at that point in time, you smelled some amount of gas?
Yes.
Okay, enough to feel like you needed to alert the fire department?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
When I come back to that, as in executing that search warrant, you're looking for all evidence of the crime that obviously took place in that apartment?
Yes.
And I just want to go over this again. So you wrote the affidavit in support of the search warrant, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so as part of that, writing that affidavit, you had to describe the place to be searched, is that fair to say?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, and as part of that, you had to describe how many bedrooms, perhaps?
I don't recall describing how many bedrooms.
Okay, but you did describe it as a small apartment?
I did. Yeah.
Okay, but it's your testimony now that you didn't play any role in preserving the evidence or the photos or recall what the apartment looked like?
No, that's not correct, Counselor.
Okay.
My recollection that I don't recall specifically those bedrooms.
Okay. Well, if I suggest to you that this is a photo taken during the investigation of the bedroom and the closet.
Sure. Yeah, then I could logically conclude that would be the case, right? But I don't specifically remember standing in here when this was happening. Yeah.
But you agree that these are photos that were taken during the investigation in that apartment?
But I can opine to that, but I believe that the trooper that took that would be more qualified to answer that.
At this point, I'm going to ask this be admitted to.
Any objection, Mr. Green? No objection, will be marked in the next exhibits.
39 and 40.
I have no further questions.
All right, Mr. Green, anything further?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Trooper.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, counsel. Thank you, jurors.
What was the point?
The Commonwealth was called Trooper Reedy, Sergeant Reedy.
All you said was 100 times, I don't recall going in. Okay, not guilty.
Mark Reedy.
Yeah, I don't, whatever. I don't point of her questions, but I guess.
You solemnly swear that the evidence you will give this court and jury in the case now on trial shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Please take the witness stand.
Mark?
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon, sir.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jurors and spell your last name?
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Reedy. Spelling is R-E-I-D-Y.
And are you employed, sir?
Yes, sir. I'm employed by the Massachusetts State Police. I'm currently a sergeant assigned to the Fire Marshal's Office of the West Team.
How long have you been a trooper in total, sir?
In total, I've been on the force for about 19 years.
All right. And you mentioned that you're currently assigned to the Fire Marshal's Office?
That is correct.
How long have you been in that role?
I started this role in 2014. I was promoted out in 2020, and I came back in 2023 as the sergeant of the unit.
All right. Could you just briefly describe what your duties are working in the Fire Marshal's Office?
Sure. As I previously said, we started in 2015. From there, we were trained. I go down to the National Fire Academy, where we learn about fires, the origin and cause of fires. It's an 80-week course. From there, we have trainings that we go throughout the year to keep up our certifications, usually through the IAAI, which is the International Association of Arson Investigators, which I'm currently a member and certified through them. And like I said, we continue our trainings. We go to all fires, whether it be accidental, natural, incendiary, or undetermined. And we go and assist the fire marshal with determining what caused the fire.
Have you responded to crime scenes in that capacity throughout the course of your career?
I have.
Could you estimate perhaps how many? Or
over 100.
Thank you.
Well over 100.
Now, I want to turn your attention specifically to January 13th of 2019. Were you called in to assist in an investigation on at 92 White Street in Westfield?
Yes, I was.
All right. And do you know why you were called in?
I was called in to help with the origin and cause, and also because I was a canine handler at the time, which is an accident detection canine. At the time, I was assigned a little black Labrador by the name of Star, who was trained through the ATF, and she would assist us in identifying inedible liquids in fire scenes.
All right. And when you got to the location, were you directed to a specific area to investigate or to look at?
I was directed up to the second floor apartment.
And where in the apartment did you focus your attention?
It was a kitchen.
And was there a particular part of the kitchen, an appliance or something that you were in?
Yep. So through the kitchen, there was a knee wall, similar to like this wall here. And alongside of it was a stove and a countertop. And this knee wall acted as like a partition from the kitchen to the eating area. And I was able to move the paneling of this wall that exposed the back of the appliance. What I found back there was some charring to the left sides of the cabinet, the gas line, which had duct tape around it, and some burnt paper and a burnt leaf. And from there, I opined that there
Well, actually, let
was,
me stop you there for one quick second. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Just for the record, I'm showing the witness exhibits 27, 28, and 29. Can you just take a look at those to yourself? Let me know when you've had a chance to familiarize yourself.
I wouldn't have done it. I would have ran away.
I'm good, Counselor.
And have you seen those images before
Yes,
in preparation for your testimony here today?
yes,
You had a chance to review the crime scene photographs.
yes, sir.
And just displaying exhibit number 27, when you say you were looking at a stove in that apartment, is that the stove you were looking at?
Correct.
All right. And what, if anything, in your, what's significant about the stove in your part of this investigation?
Other things that I noted that were important to me was the electrical tape that you can see on the connection. I don't know if you can see in that photo, but gas stoves also have an electrical component to it, which operate your electronics. That was unplugged from the wall. And also you could see that there was a charred leaf and paper underneath the stove next to the gas line where the duct tape was.
All right, I'm going to show you number 28, exhibit 28. Hopefully that might be a little bit more useful for you to look at. What are we focused in on in this picture?
That is the burnt leaf that is near the connection lines, along with the paper that I observed on scene.
Based upon your training and experience and examination at the scene, were you able to form any opinions about what might have happened with that stove?
Yeah, excuse me, I have formulated an opinion that the stove had been tampered with in trying to attempt a fire within the apartment. Make it seem like there was some type of explosion and or fire via the gas stove.
Okay. But that stove did not actually catch fire?
No.
All right. Thank you. Those are all the questions I have for Sergeant Reedy.
Can I see counsel sidebar really quickly, please?
Of course, you didn't have one.
Thank you. Yikes. Just can't go without a sidebar. Yeah, yep. I agree. He did chicken out. He's probably regretting that now, maybe. I don't know. I would never tell anybody to do that. Yes. Oh my gosh. So many. Here they come. At least they're not typically very long.
For testimony from Sergeant Reedy, as we all just heard, Mr. Scanlon is not charged with any other crimes other than the indictments that were read to you at the beginning of this particular trial. So you're not to take that evidence, if you credit the testimony, as evidence of his criminal character or his criminal propensity. You may, if you believe the evidence, use it to assess his state of mind at some point in time during the sequence of events, okay? So any cross-examination?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much, Sergeant.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Your Honor, at this time, the call will call Detective Mazza.
I wondered where you were going with that, Hamilton. Springy with his yellow tie.
You solemnly swear that the evidence you'll give this court and jury in the case now on trial shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please take the stand.
Whenever you're ready, Attorney Green.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jurors and spell your last name?
My name is Richard Mazza. Last name is Mazza.
And are you employed, sir?
Yes, sir, I am.
By whom?
The City of Westfield Police Department.
How long have you been so employed?
Since 2005.
Okay. And what is your current duty assignment within the Westfield Police Department?
I'm assigned to the 412 shift as a detective general investigator.
All right. So in this particular case, I want to direct your attention back to January of 2019. What role did you have in the police department at that time?
I was a general investigator for the 412 shift as a detective, and I believe I was on call that weekend.
Okay. And so did you become involved in an investigation at 92 White Street?
Yes, sir, I was.
And are you one of the officers that responded to the scene at some point that day?
Correct.
And you've been a Westfield police officer for how many years, sir?
About 19.
All right. And so I want to ask you a couple just questions about general areas. Are you familiar with an establishment in Westfield called the Maple Leaf?
Yes, sir, I am.
And how best would you describe that?
It used to be a bar, now it's a grill. They serve some food there.
And did you have an occasion recently to go there and take some photographs of the inside of the establishment?
Yes, sir, I did.
Yes.
Well, Gabby, from what you said earlier at the beginning of the stream, it is okay that you're tired, and I understand it. Do we have another sidebar? 109, Hamilton, 109. At least he doesn't just have the face that the last guy had. I guess the two guys back. He's like, "What's up, Jerry? Like my yellow tie and my purple shirt. It's springy."
I want to show you these images here. Not to ask you about them just quite yet. Just take a look at what's going on. Did you get a chance to look at those?
Yes, sir.
Are those pictures that you took?
Yes, sir, they are.
And this incident obviously occurred 5 years ago or so in 2019. Are you familiar with what the establishment looked like back in 2019?
Yes, sir.
Are there any significant changes between then and when you took these pictures as to the layout?
Very. Back in the day, it was filled with pool tables. There wasn't any real table seating in the middle. It was basically isolated to the sides of the room.
Okay. So it does look somewhat different today than it did in 2019.
Correct.
And approximately what time of day did you take these photographs, if you recall?
Would have been right about 4 p.m.
Okay. Are these very accurate representations of the way this place looks recently at about 4 p.m.?
Yes, sir, they are.
Your Honor, I would move to offer these two exhibits.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you have an occasion to also go to another establishment in this investigation called the Whip?
The Whip, correct.
And could you describe that establishment in general?
That's a bar that has two different entrances and a little dance floor right in front of the bar.
And was that establishment in operation in 2019?
It was.
Is it still in operation today?
It is.
Have there been significant changes, if you know, to the inside of that establishment between 2019 and now?
No major changes.
Okay. And may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Just again, show you these images, take a moment, look at them to yourself, and then look up. If you remember. Are you familiar with those images?
Yes, I am.
And did you take these images?
Yes, I did.
And again, approximately what time would you say you took these images?
Probably 4:15 p.m.
All right. And are these images a fair and accurate representation of the way the Whip City appeared when you took the pictures recently?
Yes, sir.
And are they fair and accurate images of depictions of the way that the inside of it looked in 2019?
Yes, it is.
I moved off these three pictures.
All right,
Objection.
that's overruled. These have been marked.
3 pictures, 41, 42, and 43.
Sure, objections are still throwing me.
Detective, you've been a police officer in the city for a long time, right?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the street layouts and things of that nature within your city?
Very.
Are you familiar with where the Whip City is located?
I am.
All right. And are you familiar with 92 White Street, just the location in general?
I am.
All right. And if one were to drive from one place to another, is there a main route that you would take?
There is.
Objection, Your Honor.
That's a stand. Rephrase that question, main route.
Let me ask you this. As part of this investigation, did you personally drive from from Whip City to 92 White Street?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, this is overruled.
I'm sorry, what the answer was?
Several times.
Okay. And if you know, is there more than one way to go to get between the two places?
As a direct, no. You could probably drive backwards down a dozen different side streets to get there, but if you were going from A to B, that would be the only route to take.
All right. And are you familiar with that route?
I am.
Could you just describe that route, please?
Absolutely. So you would leave 287 North Elm Street, which is the WIP. That's the address there. You would head south on Route 10 and 202, which is a major state highway. You take that until you cross over Great River Bridge southbound, and you'd come up to Emery Street, and then it would be a turnaround to head north on Elm Street at that point. So you would enter that little turnaround, head north on Elm Street, and then you would be headed east on Meadow Street. And then you take Meadow Street to White Street and turn south onto White Street.
And is that general area White Street, is that more commercial or more residential?
Residential.
All right. The area where the WIP is located in Elm Street, is that more commercial or residential?
Commercial.
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 Did you have an occasion to measure the distance between those two locations at some point in time?
I did.
And if you recall, what was the distance between the two locations?
It's about 1.3 miles.
All right. Let me ask you this. Have you ever worked a shift in Westfield that required you to be on duty between 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning?
Many shifts, yes.
And could you just describe in general what, if any, the traffic is like at 1 in the morning in Westfield on a Friday night?
Objection.
In general, what the traffic is, the objection is overruled.
In general, given that area, it's the only access to the Mass Pike for most hill towns. So while the traffic might be quite a bit less, it's always there. You always notice traffic. So it may not be bumper to bumper, and it might not be 2-3 cars at a time, but there's always traffic down that road.
And are there more than one, let me ask you this, is there more than one bar or restaurant in that commercial area of Westfield?
There is not right in that area, no.
So pretty much just the WIP?
Just the WIP.
And if you know, based on your own experience working those late night shifts, when the bar gets out, is there, what is the traffic like as the bar closes down and people have to leave?
right about 1:30, in most of Westfield where there's a bar or a pub located, right about 1:30, you'll see the traffic uptick. Vehicles start leaving, people going home, and we assume that would be people giving other people rides home from the bar, that sort of thing, but traffic picks up about 1:30 a.m.
Okay. And are there, if you know, are there street lights or stop signs in between the two locations?
Between 287 North Elm Street and 92 White Street, there is 4 traffic lights and 4 major intersections.
All right. And if you know, do those traffic lights, do they alter during different states of the day, meaning flashing yellow or whatever?
No.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Right. Do you know if these traffic lights change?
I do know.
And what can you tell us about those traffic lights?
Traffic lights between 92 White Street and 287 North Elm Street do not flash, ever.
All right. So they're just on their standard.
They're always on a standard cycle.
All right. Thank you. Those are all the questions I have for Detective Mazza.
All right, any cross, please?
Detective Mazza, you were asked today about pictures that you just went out and took of these establishments in the last, couple weeks?
Correct.
All right, but you knew immediately that, that Whip City Bar and the Maple Leaf were both involved in the incidents, in the events of that night, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you didn't take any steps at that point in time to document what the state of the establishments looked like then, correct?
No, did not.
Okay, and you knew early on in this case that that there was an incident outside of Whip City that was very important to the circumstances of this case. Is that correct?
I don't understand it now.
Well, specifically, you learned that that Ms. Avery had an interaction with a young man named Scott Burns outside of the Whip City. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you didn't take any steps to go and document that that area outside of the Whip City, did you?
No, I did not.
Okay, so no. So you've come here now, all this time later, and now you've gone back to these establishments. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Just didn't seem relevant at the time. In a thorough investigation.
An empty parking lot, I didn't know, I did not see
Oh,
it.
okay. But you didn't know something happened in that parking lot, correct?
I don't believe it was that night. It would, I'm not sure when we interviewed the gentleman that told us that. It would have been the next couple days.
But that was within a few
Yes,
days,
yes,
correct?
a few days.
Now, and it was your testimony that you've tracked the time to between Whip City and the White Street address, and that you came up with 1.3 miles?
I tracked the distance, yeah, not the time.
The distance, okay. And heard a lot of some information about what traffic might have been like at that time, but in fact, did you recover, were you part of the investigation that found surveillance videos of the car returning to the White Street address that night?
Yes, I was.
That was you?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you obtain that video from?
I believe I got 2 different sets of video. I believe one was from Pro Lamina, I believe, which was Elm Street or North Elm Street. And the second would have been 101 Meadow Street, I believe, is the address there.
Okay, and so that's turning the corner directly onto White Street,
From Meadow to White Street.
which is right near their house, the apartment at the time, correct?
Yeah, just down the street. Yep.
Okay, and those were timestamped, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, so we're not guessing here. You know that the vehicle that Ms. Avery and Mr. Scanlon returned to the car and arrived at that corner of Meadow Street and White Street at 1:20 a.m. Is that correct?
I do believe we saw the vehicle on the video from the Meadow and White Street intersection. I don't recall if we saw the vehicle on the video from North Elm Street, Pro Lamina, but that was a timestamp.
Okay.
That one, yes.
So you recovered the video though, correct?
Yes, yes, I did.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Of course. All right, Gabby, have a good time. We are at sidebar 110 for those of you keeping track. I hope your trip is turkey free, Gabby. Those bastards. I can't do it. Yes. I try to think of a sheep when I'm doing it, but I can't get it out without laughing. Yeah. You know, the sad thing is every time Gabby sees a turkey, she's gonna think of me. If there's worse things.
Okay.
Yeah,
Can I
my
ask
way.
you, Detective Mazza, did you review any of those surveillance videos to prepare for today?
No, not within the last maybe 2 months.
Okay. And I'm just going to ask you a couple questions now. As part of that, how did you went about getting those surveillance by going to the places that you believe might have this evidence and asking them if they had any video? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then when they did, you preserved that in the form of a digital video file, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you included that in the case file that went to the Commonwealth, correct?
Correct.
To the DA's office? Okay. Where's the...
So we'll mark the flash drive for ID only, is that right? All right.
That's going to be K.
Flash drive will mark for ID only. I expect that it'll be entered into evidence at some point in time later through another witness or otherwise.
All right. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay.
Nothing else, thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Your Honor, at this time, the Commonwealth will call Caitlin Avery.
And now we know what it will sound like. Christine. So is this the long witness he said that he may not finish up, or is it one after this one? Ramen, random. It's all the same.
Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you will give this court and jury in the case now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yeah. Thank you. Please take the witness stand.
Manquar.
You're ready, Attorney Green.
Thank you. Good afternoon. And if you could just scooch a little closer to that microphone so everybody can hear you. Can you just please introduce yourself to the jurors and spell your last name?
Hi, I'm Caitlin Avery, and it's Avery.
And how old are you?
28,
What town do you live in?
Springfield, Mass.
All right. Have you ever lived in Westfield?
Thank you. Yes.
All right. And how long did you live in Westfield?
About 2 years.
All right.
At the time, at least, I grew up there.
Okay. What was your relationship to Alexis Avery?
That is my baby cousin.
All right. So you're actually related to Alexis. And aside from your familiar relation, were you close personally?
Yes.
How long had you been friends with Alexis Avery for? Back in 2019.
We had been close pretty much from when I moved up from Florida, from when I was 11.
And through your relationship with her, did you come to know somebody by the name of Blake Scanlon?
I did.
All right. Do you see Mr. Scanlon here in the courtroom?
I do, right over here.
Your Honor, may the record reflect identification of the defendant.
Can we do a little better?
Can you just point to and describe an item of clothing that he might be wearing?
He's over there wearing the white shirt and the black suit.
Thank you.
Thank you. The record may so reflect.
Thank you.
A-hole.
Again, just kind of an estimate. How long would you say you had known Blake, back in 2019?
Approximately maybe like 4 or 5 years at the time.
And if you know, what was his relationship with Alexis Avery?
They were friends at first, and then they started dating.
And did they have a child together, if you know?
Yes.
And what was her name?
Darla.
Okay. Now, I want to direct your attention back to, again, 2019, and specifically January 11th, which would have been a Friday night. What were you doing, or what were your plans that night?
Me and Lexi planned to go out to have a girls' night.
All right. And when you say we, specifically you and?
Me and Alexis.
Okay. And did you end up at Alexis's mother's house at some point in time?
Yes, we actually met up at her mom Jessica's house because Jessica watched my son Jaden for the night for us to go out.
And was there something about taking somebody's car or whatnot?
Yeah, so my headlight was out in the front of my car, and Blake was going to use Lexi's car to move out that night.
Sustained. Next question.
Get it, motion strike.
Strike the last part.
So let me go back and ask you this. Was Alexis going to be driving her car that night?
No, we planned to drive her mom's car.
Okay. And why is that?
Because my headlight was out in my car, and Blake was planning to use Alexis's car.
Part is stricken. All right.
Do you know what car Blake took that night when he left?
Alexis's Cobalt.
All right. Chevy Cobalt?
Yes, Chevy Cobalt.
So at some point, are you back in the apartment with Alexis getting ready?
Yes, we drove from Alexis's mom's house back to their apartment, taking both her car and Alexis's mom's.
And if you recall, what was Alexis's mother's car?
It's a Mazda, a red Mazda SUV.
Okay. And when you got back to the apartment, was the defendant there?
Yes.
Could you describe how he was just acting in general?
Distraught, sad, mopey.
Did he say anything in particular?
Yeah, just he mentioned, he can't believe he's losing his family. He didn't want to, stuff like that.
Okay. Did you see him consume any alcohol at that point?
I did. He grabbed a handle of Bacardi Lemon off the top shelf of their cabinet and took a few swigs.
All right. And did he say anything when he did that, if you know?
Just that he can't believe he's losing his family. He didn't want to lose them.
Okay. Now, you had made plans to go out with Alexis.
Yes.
Did those plans include, if you know, Mr. Scanlon?
No, absolutely not.
All right. Do you know if Mr. Scanlon left the apartment at some point in time?
Yeah. While me and Alexis were getting ready, he did leave probably around, 8 approximately, maybe.
Sure. All right. So sometime around 8, he left.
Yeah.
And again, in whose car?
And Alexis's Cobalt.
And the two of you are still getting ready?
Yes.
When you say getting ready, what do you mean?
We were doing our makeup, listening to music, dancing around. Alexi had changed our outfit a couple times, just the regular being girls.
Sure. And it was a long time ago, but if you recall, what was, you called her Lexi?
Yeah.
What was she wearing that night, if you remember?
I remember the outfit that she ended up going out in was like a lighter pink crop top, long sleeve, like sweater, and some dark jeans with holes on the side.
Okay. And where did you go first? What bar?
The Maple Leaf in Westfield.
You know approximately what time you got there?
9-ish.
All right. And is that a place that you're familiar with?
Yes.
All right. And when you got to the Maple Leaf, was there anybody else with you at first other than Alexis?
No, people had actually met us up with us there.
All right. And when you say people met up with you there, who, if you know?
Alexis's coworker, Scott, and one of his friends.
All right. Had you met Scott before?
No.
All right. Was the first night you met him?
Yes.
All right. And how did, if you know, how did Scott know to be at that place?
Alexis had.
Sustained.
Do you know if Alexis attempted to communicate with Scott prior to this night? Not specifically what she said, but did she communicate with him?
Just yes or no? Overruled.
Prior than that night?
No, that night. I'm sorry.
Yes, she communicated with
him. And so what happened when Scott showed up? Just generally describe kind of what's going on.
We all met up at the bar, and he bought us a couple shots, and we were just mingling, hanging out, talking.
Mm-hmm.
They had been flirting a little bit, and it was just kind of casual at the beginning.
All right. And again, if you know, at that point in time, was Mr. Scanlon at the bar?
Not when we first got there.
Okay. Was Alexis doing anything with her phone?
Yeah, Alexis was very adamant to keep checking her location because her and Blake shared their locations.
Your Honor.
It's overruled.
May we approach?
Sure.
I mean, I guess she's got to do her job. I just don't, I'm not seeing her strategy yet. Just object to everything. Hamilton's going to throw her phone. Oh, he probably is. I mean, yeah. So I think I saw in Law and Crime the chat was discussing if it was premeditated or not. I agreed with people that said it wasn't necessarily premeditated, but he was very calm getting her out of the car, according to the state, when he caught them together and then took her home and did that. Yeah, she should have, when she changed her status to single, because then that makes it official, right? In the social media world, she should have cut that location service off and went out and had a good time and not worried about him. I think so, Adair. I don't know how you get past him saying, I did it on the phone with 911. And probably Hamilton, but they were sharing location services with each other, so it was easy. Oh, wait a minute. Not premeditated. Crime of passion. Was it a crime of passion? They were saying because he didn't do it right there, some people did not feel like it was a crime of passion because he waited till he got home and then did it. That he would have had time to calm down. It wouldn't have been the heat of the moment. Yeah, I don't know, because some people just don't go. They just stick around hoping, because she's probably came back before.
Mr. Avery, I'm just going to rephrase my question, kind of ask you very specifically. Did you see Alexis checking her phone?
Yes.
Did she check her phone more than once?
Yes.
All right. Did she ever show you on her phone what she was checking?
Yes. She showed me Blake's location.
Okay. And when you saw that, could you see where Mr. Scanlon's location was?
The phone's location.
Yes. Could you see the location of the phone
Yes.
communicating with Alexis?
Yes.
All right. And Now, I want to just continue with the night. How are things going with Alexis and Scott?
They started flirting a bit more. We had taken a few shots apiece, and they did start kissing at the end of the bar, just kind of feeling each other out.
And did you see the defendant at that bar at any point in time during that night?
Yeah, after, excuse me, after I noticed Lexi and Scott had started, flirting a bit more, there was a point where I seen Blake and one of his friends walk in to the bar, so I ran straight up to Alexis and told her, like, we gotta go, Blake's here.
Okay. And what was, specifically when you say flirting and getting along, what was Alexis, what did you see Alexis and Scott doing at the bar?
Like hugging up on each other, flirting, complimenting each other, laughing, kissing, stuff like that.
Okay. Did you go to another place?
We did.
All right.
After
Yeah, go ahead.
After he showed up there, we went to go leave, and we decided to go to a different bar so we could avoid any issues.
Where did you decide to go to?
To the Whip.
All right. Did you tell Mr. Scanlon where you were going?
No.
All right. Did you or Alexis, if you know, tell Scott where you were going?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you tell Scott you guys were going?
I actually, and she actually both told him we were going to the Whip to meet us there.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes, we went to the Whip and met up.
As you were leaving, if you recall, what did the defendant do?
As we were leaving
The first place, the Maple Leaf.
the Maple Leaf, when we first seen him come in, Alexis ran out behind one side of the bar, and then I seen his friend that he was with. I went up to that friend and I started talking to him, asking like, how was his mood that night?
Yeah, don't get into.
Okay, sorry.
Just, what did you see?
I seen Blake go after her outside, and they went and had a conversation outside that I wasn't a part of.
Okay, you couldn't hear the conversation. No. Did anything strike you at that point?
Nothing seemed alarming at that time.
That's what I was getting at. So you and Alexis went over to the second place?
The Whip.
Again, do you know approximately what time maybe you got there?
Maybe 10:30, 11. I'm not 100% sure. It was 5 years ago.
Somewhat later in the night?
Yeah.
Yep. All right. And if you know, did Scott and his friend show up at the Whip?
Yes.
All right. Who got there first, if you know, you or him?
I think it was me and Alexis.
Okay. But he got there sometime shortly after?
Yeah, if not around the same time, because their parking lot's kind of big. So.
All right. And describe what you remember seeing of the interactions again between Alexis and Scott. Just their interactions, not what was said, but what were they doing?
The same things pretty much at the Maple Leaf. We were all hanging out. They were flirting. They were kissing. We were taking shots together. They were just in general having a good time with each other.
Okay. At some point in the evening, did you again notice Mr. Scanlon at the Whip?
Yeah, actually out of nowhere, I looked up and I seen him standing off into the side by the pool tables, kind of just staring at us.
All right. Now you said that at the first place he was with a friend.
Yeah.
All right. What about at the second place?
No, he arrived alone.
Okay. Or did you see him with anybody while you were there?
No.
All right. And just describe again, as best you can recall, where Mr. Scanlon was.
When I noticed him?
Yes.
Over by the pool tables, standing off in the corner.
All right. And where were Alexis and Scott?
At the end of a U-shaped bar. So at the end of the U.
All right. Did you talk to Mr. Scanlon?
I did.
And how did you initiate that conversation?
I did.
How did you do that?
When I noticed him standing there and he went to come over and talk to Alexis and ask her, what was going on, who was Scott. Alexis introduced Scott to him and said, "This is my coworker, Scott." And then I had pulled Blake out to the patio and I told him, what are you doing? This isn't gonna, help anything.
So that's sustained as to what she said. Ask the next question.
But you had a conversation with him outside on the patio?
Yes.
All right. What did he say to you?
Hold on, I'm sorry. I remember having the conversation with him, and then as I was telling him whatever, he looked over and seen Alexis and Scott hugging, and he said, "Why the fuck are they hugging like that?"
Okay.
And if he keeps seeing that, he was gonna fuck him up.
All right. So he said that to you?
Yes.
All right. Did you go back inside at some point?
Yes, after that conversation.
All right. Did you, without getting into details, did you relay some information to Alexis?
I did.
All right. And I want to ask you about this. You mentioned, well, let me ask you this. Was there a point in time in the night where Alexis's, or her mother's key fob went missing?
Yeah.
When did Alexis notice the key missing, if you know?
It was definitely after I had the conversation with Blake.
So at the second place, though?
At the second place, because we drove the mom's car to the whip.
Sure.
At some point after that conversation we had, she let me know that, the car key was missing, the fob.
Did you help her look for it?
I did, inside the bar.
Where did you look?
So me and her both looked inside the bar, and then we were kind of separated and we're looking around. After a little bit, I noticed she wasn't in the bar anymore, so I went outside to look for her, and I seen her standing up against her mom's car, and Blake was like standing in front of her, kind of standing over her. And when I walked out, I, said, "Get away from her." And she said, "Oh, he's bothering me."
Objection, Your Honor.
Did he say anything to you?
That he was trying to help her find the key.
Okay. What happened after that interaction?
I had them go separate ways. I went outside and I told Alexis to go in one door, and I told.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Where did you go, and where did she go, if you know?
She went into the main door, or the side door on the left side of the property, and I went around to the front door where you get ID'd, and I went back in that way.
All right. So now I want to jump forward to like about 1 o'clock in the morning or so. Did you have eyes on Alexis at this point? Could you see her in the bar?
No.
All right. Did you know where she was at that time?
I did not.
All right. Was the defendant still at the bar?
Yes.
All right. Did he ask you any questions about Alexis?
He did. He was asking me where she was and what she was doing, and I showed him my phone that I was calling her right in front of him. Like, look, she's not answering me either. I don't know where she's at.
Okay. And you were trying to locate her?
Yes.
And why is that?
She was my ride home, and because it's my little cousin, I want to know what's going on with her.
Yep. Did you find her to get a ride home that night?
I did not.
I'm sorry?
I did not.
Okay. And let me ask you this. You saw the defendant at both bars, right?
Yes.
All right. If you remember, do you recall if he was drinking?
I did not see him drink at either bar.
All right. You had a conversation with him at both places, is that correct?
Yeah, briefly.
And had you ever consumed alcohol in his presence in the past, before this night?
Yes.
Have you ever seen him tipsy or intoxicated?
Yes.
Based on your interactions with him that night, how did he appear to you?
Sober, just distraught, like from the beginning, upset that he was losing his family, like he was saying, but not out of like the ordinary. Like it wasn't alarming.
Your Honor.
That's a rule.
Could you understand his words when he spoke with you?
Absolutely.
Is he standing upright, not falling down, things like that? Did you ever see Alexis again after that night?
I did not.
I'm just going to show you some pictures, and I don't want you to say anything about them. Just take a minute, flip through, and let me know when you're done. Without getting in it, I'm going to ask you about that, but do you recognize what is depicted in these images?
Yes.
What are these pictures of?
Me texting Alexis and then me texting her when I couldn't find her too.
And so you were trying to contact with her device, her
Yeah, her phone. Yeah.
and just so you're clear, again, not an iPhone expert or anything, but like the blue bubbles
are me.
Are you?
Yes.
Okay. And have you had a chance to look at these just now?
Yeah.
Are these accurate representations of the messages you were sending to Alexis's phone?
Yes.
Can I have this packet mark for identification, please?
Identification only.
L7 sheets.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
Why not? He approach after every freaking thing he wants to enter. More 111 Hamilton. Or wait, is it 112? 111? I don't know. Lots and lots of objections and sidebars. She does seem to, I mean, like I said, I know she's got to do her job. But it's like some of the stuff she's objecting to, I don't get. And that's probably because I am not a lawyer. I only play one on TV. I'm never on TV, so I never play. But yes, she's got some real tears. Mom had some real tears. Mom was the very first witness that the state called today so she could be able to sit in the courtroom because they have sequestration going. So Caitlin Avery will be able to sit in the courtroom after she's done testifying. But they wanted Mom to be able to sit in there the whole time, so they had her go first. And then the defense wanted his mom to be able to sit in there. If her mom was going to be able to sit in there, it's like, okay. But the judge said not till after they're done testifying. So they took his mom off the witness list. So she's in there somewhere. Not sure which lady she is over there. But yes, it's been a lot of objection. And I agree. It just, yes. It seems over the top. Yes. And there was no way for the defense to get his mom on the stand to make it so she could sit in there through the whole thing. So I think they did the right thing by taking her off the list. But I would love to be able to hear the sidebars to see exactly what it is that they're arguing about. Yeah. I don't know, Hamilton. I don't know. Probably something traumatic happened to him as a child would come in or something. Who knows? I don't think so. I don't know. It's like Chrissy said, when they when the state said they may rest Wednesday, I don't know what the state's going to do. I mean, they might try to do like they did in the Ruiz trial, is just bring up somebody to try to say something, which didn't make any sense to anything that was, it just didn't make any sense. That doctor that we heard before he was sentenced was pointless and ugh. Hamilton. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's just, I'm just throwing it out there. I have no idea what she would say. That's the only thing I could come up with, is that she would be like, he had some childhood trauma. Are you stating that as fact, or that's what the mom would say? Well, he is too creepy to get another girlfriend, so you should have hung on to her.
Just very quickly, without getting into specifics, did you attempt to contact Miss Avery's cell phone on Saturday?
Yes.
And did you actually speak with her, hear her voice on Saturday?
No.
I have no further questions.
And Mommy, Your Honor?
Sure.
I didn't watch Jodi Arias, but Casey Anthony's dad's a little weird too. I'm not saying he did anything to her, but he's kind of weird. No, Roseanne. Or Ronnie, what they would say is, I can change him. I can fix him. That's what we say. I can fix him. You can't fix him.
Miss Avery. Going back to the night of January 11th, 2019, on that particular night, you also have a child, is that correct?
Yes.
And how old was your child at that time?
Oh my goodness, can I do the math? I'm sorry.
How old was he then?
He was 4.
Okay. And so on that particular night, the plan was to go out for a girls' night with Kayla. Is that correct? I mean, with Alexis, correct?
Yes.
And the plan was that Alexis's grandmother was going to keep both your child and Darla. Is that correct?
No.
No? Okay.
No. Jessica, her mom, kept my son, and her grandmother kept Darla.
Okay. And so you met up to get a car, and then you headed back over to Alexis's house. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now you testified that that Blake was talking some about. Well, first of all, you said that he seemed sad.
Yeah.
And I think you used the word mopey.
Yeah.
And I think you also used the word distraught.
Yeah.
That is something, you described him as distraught, starting even as early as before you left. Is that a fair recollection of your testimony?
Yeah.
Okay. And you talked to police shortly after this happened. Is that correct?
Yeah, after we got notice that it happened.
Okay. And you talked about that conversation between Alexis and Blake before you left to go out. Do you recall that?
What conversation?
Well, in general, you talked about while everybody was getting ready to go out,
Yeah.
correct? That you were there and you were getting, and Alexis was getting ready to go out.
Yes.
And Blake was also getting ready to go out, correct?
He was just there waiting to leave to go to his friend's house.
Okay.
He was already dressed, like he wasn't getting ready as we were.
Okay, but he was definitely going out, correct?
Yeah.
And he also left before you guys left the house.
Yes.
And during that time when you were all together at the apartment, he did say something about the future and that there was that maybe they weren't going to continue to be together. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, and he specifically said when you talked to police, so when I do leave, what about child support? So do you remember saying that to the police?
Yeah.
Okay, so he was saying, so when I do leave, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, but on that particular night, you and Alexis were going out, correct?
Yes.
And Blake went to his friend's house.
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't know what their plans were with his friends other than that, correct?
No.
All right. But it's fair to say that Maple Leaf is a bar that you've been to in the past?
Yes.
And you've been there with Alexis and Blake in the past?
No.
No?
No.
But it's a local tavern, right?
Yes.
And so is the Whip.
Yes.
Okay. Fair to say that the Whip is the closest bar to their home?
Yeah, I guess the Maple Leaf and the Whip are kind of very close to where their apartment was.
Okay. Doesn't take more than about 3 minutes to get between the Whip and their house. Is that fair?
Probably.
Okay. Now, at the time of, on January 11th, at that point in time, Blake and Alexis, they have actually been on again, off again since about 2016. Is that correct?
Yeah, they were on and off again, but as of New Year's Eve when I was at the house with
Just
them.
answer the question. So
Yes.
they have been on again,
Yep.
off again, correct? Okay. And then as far as when they lived together, though, they moved in together at White Street around June of 2018. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And so they were definitely had moved there during the time that Alexis became pregnant with Darla. Is that fair?
Yeah, she was already pregnant.
Okay. And then Darla was born in August, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And so Blake lived there, and they were living there at White Street together as a family during that period of time, correct?
Yes.
And so since August all the way through until through Thanksgiving, correct?
I believe so.
Okay, and Christmas?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, and then he's still living there in January 11th of 2019. Correct?
Yes.
Now, during the time while you guys were getting ready to go out, during that period of time, you saw Blake take several swigs of Bacardi. Is that correct?
A couple swigs, yes.
Okay. And well, you say a couple swigs now. When you talk to police, you
He
said
took
something.
some big sips. Is what it was.
Swigs.
Yeah.
And that's what you mean is big gulps straight from a Bacardi bottle.
Yes.
And that was a handle, right?
Yes.
And the court reporter is going to tell us that we need to stop talking over each other. So let me finish my questions. So Bacardi, drinking it straight before they go out, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there was other alcohol around the apartment that night too. Do you recall that?
Not really, to be honest. I didn't go in their fridge or anything, but I do specifically remember the Bacardi lemon right on top of their cabinets.
Okay. And today you say it was 2 or 3 swigs, but when you talked to police, I think you said something more like 4 or 5.
Possibly.
Okay. But it was straight right from the bottle, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you a little bit more about the girls' night aspect of it. You and Alexis actually made plans and discussed what you would be doing, and it was something along the lines of going out to eat, or something like that. Is that fair to say?
For food and drinks.
For food and drinks.
Yes.
And at some point in time, though, you knew that you were. It came to pass that Scott Burns and his friend from work joined you all at the Maple Leaf. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point in time, did you know Alexis was inviting Scott?
After we were going to leave her apartment, yes. Prior to us meeting up, no.
Okay. And did you know that she had a crush on him or liked him in some fashion?
No, as far as I knew, it was just a coworker.
Okay. And she hadn't been out with him prior to that, is that correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And that was the first time you met him, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you testified that when Blake came to the Maple Leaf, that you immediately had a reaction to that in terms of what Alexis was doing with Scott at the bar. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And you even suggested to her that she needed to knock it off.
Yes.
Okay. And and so did she knock it off?
Sort of. We kind of went to a different place to excuse ourselves from being in his presence.
Okay. Now, when you went to the next bar, you said that before you left that Blake and Alexis had a conversation outside before heading over to the whip. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And so you weren't there for that conversation, so you don't know what this was about.
I was not.
Okay. So you don't know if Alexis shared where she was going?
As far as I know, she did not.
You don't know that?
I don't know.
Okay. Now, you testified tonight that you did not see Blake drink anything at all at the bar.
I did not see him drink anything at the bar.
Okay, so he's drinking swigs of Bacardi at his home, but at the bar he's not drinking anything.
Yeah.
Okay, and you were drinking that night?
I was.
Did shots with Scott and Alexis and?
Yes.
Okay, and about how much did you have to drink that night?
Honestly, I can't recall. It's been 5 years, and there's been a lot to happen since. So, I mean, we had a decent amount to drink. We were out to drink.
Okay. And so you don't recall, you recall Scott buying you shots at the bar?
Yeah.
At the first bar, correct?
Yes.
And he bought you shots at the second bar, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you were when Blake came to the first bar to Maple Leaf, you talked to him for some period of time, correct?
No, not really at the first bar. I talked to his friend.
Okay. And was his friend drinking?
I didn't see him have a drink in his hand. They had just walked in.
Okay. Now, you went to the second bar. You went to the Whip, correct?
Yes.
Now, once you were there, at some point in time, Alexis loses her keys to the car that she's driving that night, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as you know, did she ever find them?
No.
Now, what did you think when you learned that she had lost her keys?
That it was just a small little key fob and that there wasn't really much else on it. So it was easy to lose. And we were kind of looking on the ground because we didn't have purses or like pockets really. You know, girls put stuff in their shirts.
Okay. And you helped her look inside the bar?
I did. Okay.
And Blake was helping look for the keys too, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And he was looking outside the bar?
Yeah. After she had went out, he had went out too.
And he was also helping her look for the keys, correct?
That's what they said.
Okay. And now at some point in time, and I think it was maybe around 1 o'clock, 1:10 or so, you head back into the bar. Does that sound right in terms of timeline to you?
Approximately, yeah.
Okay. And you had actually misplaced, or did you misplace your ID, or did the bar still have it?
So my debit card was like a temporary one. It didn't have my name on it, so they kept my ID with my debit behind the bar. So at first I couldn't get back in. I had to have them bring my ID out.
Okay. And then you got back into the bar?
Yes.
Okay. Now, and you drank some more, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Did you buy your drink or was?
I had been paying for my own drinks at that point.
Okay. And at that point in time, at some point, Blake was back in the bar with you and he was talking to you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, he doesn't know where Alexis is.
No.
Okay. And you also don't know where she's gone, correct?
Yes.
Right. And that's concerning to you because she's your ride home?
Yeah, and my little cousin.
Okay. And do you know how many more drinks you had at the bar?
Probably one between that all happening and me leaving, just sat on one drink.
Okay. And Blake is sitting there next to you at the bar? Are you sitting at the bar talking?
He's kind of like standing there on the side, and then he would like walk around looking for her and then come stand next to me again, asking where she was.
Okay. Now, at some point in time, you lose track of Blake as well. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Now, and so starting around 12:30, is that when you started reaching out and trying to reach Alexis?
I believe so, that the papers do have like the specific numbers of timing, but I believe it was around that time frame, yes.
Okay. May I approach you?
Yes.
There.
The ID exhibit?
So
Last ID exhibit.
I don't think the cousin on the stand would not have been underage at the time. She's 28 now, so she would have been okay. But
Would it refresh your memory if you saw a record of your text exchange and your calls for Alexis?
Yeah.
While you're taking a look at that, I want to tell the jury about refreshing recollection, okay? So you take a look at that. When a witness, this is refreshing recollection, which is what happened now. When a testifying witness's memory is exhausted as to a matter about which he or she once had knowledge, the witness's memory may be refreshed in the presence of the jury with any writing or other object that permits the witness to further testify from his or her own memory. The writing or object should not be read from or shown to the jury. So she's not to read from it, she's just using this to refresh her recollection about something that she wants.
3 months.
Okay, that's refreshing recollection.
So based on that, do you think it's fair to say that you started trying to reach Alexis around 12:26 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And you called her, and she didn't pick up, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point you started messaging her saying, hey, where are you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at 12:46, you tried to video call her. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And you're texting, messaging again, asking where she is, correct?
Yes.
Now, is it during that period of time where you show Blake and say, I'm trying to reach her too, I don't know where she's gone?
Yeah, exactly.
Fair to say you're pretty irritated with her at that point.
Not really, more worried.
Well, she was your ride home, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And you weren't sure, it was cold outside?
Yeah, it was freezing.
So it wasn't, it was going to be difficult to get home and get an Uber and all that?
Well, not necessarily. It's just either way that she was my ride, so I was worried about where she was.
Okay. And at that point in time, though, you're showing Blake the messages, and he's in the bar with you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So neither of you can find her.
Yes.
Okay. Now, later, you finally do hear back from Alexis sometime about 1:45 a.m. Is that fair to say?
Well, from her phone.
You heard back from her phone, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that's at that point in time, that's when you learned that she went with somebody else. Is that fair to say?
That's what I got for a text message. I didn't believe it though.
Okay. And she went on to, and when it's suggested she went with somebody else, you say, is that Scott? Is that correct?
After the next message, I said, what do you mean with who, Scott?
Right, because she texts back and says, he probably left after caught me fucking someone in the truck.
Well, at that point, I don't know if it was
Well,
her texting me, so it's her phone. Correct, it's her phone.
Okay. And in response to that, you say, what? By someone, you mean Scott? And the reply you get back at 2:06 a.m. is, yeah, LOL.
Yes.
Okay. And you don't attempt to text or message Alexis again until like 8:35 the next morning. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, my keys and stuff were in her house, so I was trying to get that back.
Yes, there. She's the defense into that. I was just thinking that Hamilton that it's okay for her, but if he brings it up, nope,
May I have a minute, Your Honor?
no. I've already taken 10 by and in Eminence. I tried to be aware of that. Now you're going to make me even more aware of it. My daughter she'll text me and say, "Stop saying
Now, so you left you left the Maple Leaf because Blake came, and Alexis was flirting and kissing and making out with Scott. Fair to say?
Yeah, I mean, and even if she wasn't, we didn't want to be around him either way, so.
But you left because?
We seen Blake come in.
Okay. And then when he comes into the second bar, Alexis is continuing to kiss and flirt and make out with Scott at that bar too, correct?
I don't believe she was necessarily making out with him at the whip, but they were like touchy-feely, huggy right there.
Okay. And at that, you also suggested to her that she knock it off there too, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Because you understood that it was distressing to Blake, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
That's distinct.
You understood that he was distressed about the situation.
Yeah.
And while I agree, he can go to any place he wants to go. Don't try to tell me that he didn't go there and didn't know that she was there. He went there to see her.
How did you get home that night?
Actually, I had a friend come meet up with me, and he drove me home.
Okay. So you had to call somebody to get a ride home?
Yes.
Do you know what time that happened?
Around closing, like I know it was after I actually had gotten one of the first texts back from Alexis's phone. At that point, I was like, there's nothing I can do. I don't know where she is. I can go home.
He knew she was.
So at the time that you got that first text back from her and she said, I left with somebody, you're like, I guess.
A little bit after, yeah. Like I still sat there for a little bit.
Because you had to finish up your last drink and pay your tab?
Well, that, and I was just still sitting there kind of thinking over the night, like, what the hell happened?
Okay. And you paid your tab and then you left around closing time?
Yes.
Which was about 2 o'clock?
I would guess so, yeah.
No further questions?
Redirect.
May we approach this briefly?
Yeah, sure.
Because we have it in 30 seconds, Judge. May we approach? The trial of approaches. And yeah, And that's all Scott probably would have been. Sorry, Scott, is a rebound. And I get it. If he's upset, anybody would be upset if your girlfriend, boyfriend, whoever's moving out and the child is going, and I get that you're super upset, but don't go follow her around then that night. I don't know what happened there, Darren. She's not clear on it either.
Thank you very much, Bill. I just have a couple of quick clarification questions.
Okay.
Actually, if I could see that now.
Well, you don't waste a shot.
This is 44. I'm going to display Exhibit 44. These are numbered 1 through 7, so just for the record, I'm displaying page 6 of 44. You see that image on the monitor?
Yeah, it's actually right behind you as well.
And so the blue is messages that you sent to Alexis's phone?
Yes.
And the white are messages that you got back from Alexis's phone?
Yes.
And is the picture over here in the corner, is that Alexis?
Yeah.
Hard to tell, but all right. And this message, he probably left after caught me fucking someone in truck, LO. Anything seem odd to you about that message?
Overruled.
May I be heard?
You can be heard.
You asked, lady. You asked. You brought these up. You asked. So now what are you going to argue about? Dismiss the judge? Did you just miss him being that far away for a second? I don't know that I'm going to make it through this trial without. I'm going to need bubble wrap. I'm just telling y'all. All these approaches are going to get on my nerves, even worse than they are now. I'm glad it's not going to be a very long trial. I'm banging my head on my desk. Hamilton, if he sustains this, I am throw it down. Yes, the Oprahs of sidebars. Oh no, I know. But she's just saying something. She doesn't even want her to say that something might have happened earlier than what they even think it happened. I'm glad you're keeping count, Hamilton. I have just given up. This is crazy.
Okay, so we're going to ask that question again.
Caitlin, just very specifically, that reply you got, did that seem off to you? Just yes or no?
Yes.
You obviously knew Alexis Berger.
Yes.
And did you know how she normally spoke and things like that?
Yes.
They both kind of won.
Counsel asked you a bunch of questions actually at the beginning of the cross-examination about timeframes when Alexis and Blake were together. So they were together at Thanksgiving and living together, correct?
Yes.
And at Christmas time.
Yes.
And you started to mention something about New Year's, correct?
Yes.
All right.
It's leading, so no more leading.
Were you present during a conversation between the defendant and Alexis on New Year's Day?
Yes.
Well, that's the last leading question, so now go ahead, next question.
Did you hear Alexis?
Sustained.
What do you remember hearing from that conversation?
Well, not the back and forth, just Mr. Scanlon, if she remembers.
All right.
Objection, Your Honor, if I could be heard on that.
If you need to.
I do.
Do you? Do you? Oh my gosh. I know why they're going up there so much. He's not allowing speaking objections, but oh my gosh. Sometimes they don't even object. They're just like, can we just go up there? Judge, what are you having for dinner? Is your wife gonna be there? Is your wife gonna be home tonight? You wanna come over? Ah, I'm with you, Hamilton. I'm with you. I know. But he's just as bad. He is just as bad about calling them up there. This is just crazy. Makes me want to just, I don't know what it makes me want to do. Not have a sidebar. My gosh. I feel you, girl, up there. She's like, I'm ready to go throw down with this defense attorney. Just let him ask my question so I can get off the stand. She gets more upset when she just has to sit there and be in her thoughts than she does answering the questions. Just she cries more. It's worse. And sorry, defense attorney, but I think she could take you. Especially with the anger I think she's feeling right now.
Here's some testimony I expect members of the jury regarding a conversation which this witness will say took place on or around January 1, 2019. If you credit that testimony, it's not offered for the truth of any of its content, but you may accept it if you believe it, only as to Mr. Scanlon's state of mind at that time. All right? That is the state of his knowledge, state of mind. Okay, go ahead.
All right, I'm just going to rephrase the question again. Were you with the defendant and Alexis on New Year's Day?
Yes.
Did they have a conversation about the relationship?
Yes.
Did you overhear that conversation?
Yes, I was sitting right with them.
And to the best of your memory, what was that conversation?
That they were no longer going to be together. Alexis didn't want to be with Blake anymore.
Who initiated that conversation?
It was kind of a group thing. Lexi felt safe that I was there, that she could confront him in that situation.
Stricken.
So I'm going to back up a little bit. You were there, Alexis was there, and so was the defendant.
Yes.
And she mentioned something about their relationship.
Yes.
What do you specifically recall her telling him about the relationship?
That she didn't want to be with him anymore.
Okay. And what, if anything, did he say in response to that?
That was
overruled.
I can continue. That was actually the very first time that the child support comment was brought up, was that night when the breaking up originally happened. Alexis explained that she wasn't trying to keep him from Darla. And then he instantly started worrying about child support and what was going to happen to him on that level.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
No further questions.
It's actually been 5 years because I keep thinking it's only been 4 too, but we're in 2024.
So after that conversation on January 1st, another 10 days passed before you went out again with Alexis.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And you weren't there for every conversation that Blake and Alexis had during that period of time, correct?
Yes.
Correct? You were not there?
Yeah, correct. I was not there.
Okay. So it's fair to say that you heard a conversation on January 1st, but you weren't there for any further conversations they had about the future of their relationship, correct?
In between the 2 days, yes, correct.
No further questions.
All right, you're all set. Thank you, Ms. Avery. Thank you very much.
They obviously didn't come
Yeah,
together.
do you need, or are you just going to suspend? Yeah. Yeah, this is, it's 20 minutes. You're all set. You can sit down. Through our witnesses for the day, all right? So 20 minutes to 4, so we're going to break a little bit early. So if you put your notebooks and pens down, I want to go through with you the instructions that and the court's order. And the reason why I do this every day, and sometimes I feel like I'm just repeating myself, but I'm doing it because it's of utmost importance that you adhere strictly to these orders throughout the entire course of the trial. Keep an open mind. Don't form any judgments as to any aspect of this case. We're not done with the evidence yet. You do not have the arguments of counsel, nor do you have the law that you're to apply in deciding this particular case. You must decide this case based only on the evidence that's presented here in the four walls of this courtroom. That means that you cannot search on the internet, website, blogs, or use any other electronic tools to obtain information about this case, conduct legal research, or do anything else to help you decide.
All right, that gets repetitive. I don't know if that's dad, because mom has a different last name than Alexis did. So I don't know if that's stepdad, because mom was sitting by him. So I don't know. Well, Hamilton, I am too. That would have been awful for lots of reasons. Well, because now you're forced to. Now it's harder, right? I don't know. I've not been in that situation. But you're correct. That's a correct way of looking at it, Bond, in my opinion. I'm trying really hard not to say Hey, think of it this way. We will have no breaks to sit through when we do. I thought he was going to take a 20-minute break. I was like, we'll have no breaks to sit through when we do Wednesday because we'll be a day behind then. So there's mom for those that weren't here when they started. In the purple blazer with her hair up. That's mom.
I'll ask you all to come in here shortly before 9 o'clock. We'll try to get started right at as close to 9 o'clock as we possibly can. I expect a full day tomorrow. Thank you all for your attention. Try to get a good night's sleep tonight, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Catwoman. Make sure there's nothing else that we need to sidebar about.
So we're going to bag the knives in the morning, plastic evidence bags or what have you. And that's it. I did catch that purple ribbon on the way out, but it was the smallest little thing on it, but it was a white blouse. So it was there. I could see it, but I tried to see it and I couldn't for the longest time. So we're not going to have any more purple ribbons on the witness stand. Is there anything else we need to talk about?
I don't believe so.
All right, so we'll see you in the morning.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Green. Who are the witnesses for tomorrow? And the order, preferably.
Yes. Mr. Burns, Scott Burns.
First.
Scott.
Yes.
Okay.
Sergeant McNally. And if we have, I will submit this for the court. If we have stipulations regarding a lot of the chain of custody for DNA and things like that. However, and I appreciate that, but I'm still going to call one criminalist and one DNA analyst just so the jurors have some background about what DNA essentially is. I expect them to both testify tomorrow and potentially also the medical examiner.
I thought the medical examiner wasn't available till Wednesday.
I'm going to see if I can get him available tomorrow. I just the way we're moving through this case, if the medical examiner is available tomorrow, I could potentially arrest him.
Wow. Dang.
Big if, but we're moving right along.
That means he'll probably
All right,
definitely
so
rest
then
on Wednesday.
That's what we may see tomorrow.
Thank you.
I'll see you in the morning.
Yeah.
All rise.
Yeah, Hamilton, yeah. They were small. They weren't anything. The mom had one on. The mom just wore a purple jacket too. So I don't know what the purple signifies. I've obviously something with Alexis. If I don't know if that was her favorite color or what have you. And then that woman had one on too. But I can't imagine being the mom and the family sitting there and the judge being like, "Yeah, you cannot wear anything to support your daughter." I get it though, to a point. The witness that was just up there, it was right, like, in the V where her shirt was not buttoned to, it was right there. So in the, Zachariah Anderson case that I talk about to you guys all the time, the day that he was sentenced, his family came in and they had shirts on that showed support for him. I don't remember what they were. And the judge told them they had to take them off. They could not have those on. When the people on the other side came in, they were all wearing Cubs sweatshirts or t-shirts or something with the Cubs on. They all looked the same, and that was completely allowed. So I don't understand. I didn't understand that then. I get it to an extent that you don't want to, but they know who she is. Every ribbon. So, okay. And purple has, I think, multiple things. I think that's also Alzheimer's, right? Purple. And I think Crohn's disease is purple. Those are the only ones that I have to deal with, so the only ones I know. So there we have it. He may rest tomorrow if he can get his medical examiner there. But it doesn't sound like, I mean, he said it would be tough, but that he would, I'm thinking he's going to finish Wednesday, which, if these people could just schedule a little better. Gabby, you need to go down to that courthouse and tell them you cannot rest until, well, they're not having court Friday. So I don't know. They need to rest on a day that I'm here and that I can be here and get it done. But as of right now, we will plan on going on with this wonderful thing on Wednesday. Christy, I like how you're like just putting stuff up for all the purples. It's just tons. So Hamilton, I agree. They were very small. They probably didn't even notice. They were hard to see. So that's what it is. But all right, you guys, go enjoy the rest of your night. I will see you guys all Wednesday morning. I'm going to go change the thumbnail for this so it's not just question marks. And we will continue on with this fun time. If you haven't already, please hit the like button and subscribe button on your way out. I would appreciate it. So see you guys Wednesday, 10:30 a.m. Eastern time. Until then, bye.